Oh, there we go. I just had to do a check on some audio thing. Alright, I've done a bit, just a little bit of remodeling, working on the technology and stuff, and I've got some crops and stuff down. I'll probably have to get more in later, but yeah, for now we're kind of okay on the food thing. I did bring in about 6 villagers, but we'll need much more. I'll need well, at least 25 houses. It's gonna be interesting. Now we'll concentrate on doing the side quest. Yeah, the food storage down there was too silly. The wrong shape, didn't really work. Even that thing there in the center, I might have to move that later. It's not what I wanted. What I might do is I might plant a little bit of an orchard down there. This is what this will be later, an orchard. All of this. Massive orchard. And I'll move the crops onto the unusable land up here. And that's pretty high. But I'll have to move out most likely the other side of the river. Especially around the mine. Yeah, and this is going to be huge. But I'm getting there slowly. Okay, let's get to the main city and we'll do the stuff from the message board. Oh, hang on. Before I do the message board. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll collect them anyway. There's one word to call back on. The Living Dead. We did it last season. She said to call back this season. So, okay, let's get to the main town. Yeah, I'm still using these horrible weapons, but they seem to be good enough. I just want to keep the crafting going. I will need a minimum of 3 resource spots here. This is a reasonable spot to build. See here. But I want this mostly for houses. That's going to be a crisis after a while. Getting enough of those guys in. Yeah, a lot of land has been taken up by crops, but we need to. And we need to centre it a bit as well, so we can open up to, the middle of the town, or else it's just going to be a maze. But eventually, when I have a good layout, I'll get to the fine-tuning, the decorations and the little individual, maybe vegetable plots for the houses and such. Still didn't take a look at the stalls on that, so I don't know if we can only build. Well, I'll have to do a test run, but from what I see, there's only one type of stall. So yeah, I'll eventually build one as a test run. I'll need a decent area for that. We're nowhere near enough technology to get a mount yet, but we're getting there. It's the kind of game that was meant to be. I don't know, I think that the settlers must, what they do as well with, on the farming would count towards the tech. Maybe that's why it's so much. You've got so much experience you need. But so far I've been getting it out myself. Plus I need to max out on it anyway. I think, what am I? I think I'm only level 4 or 3 or something on farming. It's ridiculous. 5. Yeah. I've finished production. I've finished survival. Diplomacy is a joke. But I'll get around to that. It's just mostly the quest really, isn't it? What is it anyway? Yeah. The farming is 5. It's not bad. Hunting is 5 and extraction is 9. Yeah, we're on the last one on extraction. But out from that, you know, down those sec chains, there's still a lot of stuff to unlock. The tavern is ridiculous. It's where is the tavern? Tavern in Winmo, is it? Yeah, that one is what? That's 10,000. 10,000, I think. The fishing hut is not too bad. That's 5,000. Yeah, 10,000 on the windmill. And yeah, 10,000 on the other ones. Hi Terry, how are you? We're getting 10 on diplomacy, to be honest. But I'll speed up the seasons later, you know. They're very, very long. Too warm. It is a little bit humid here, alright. I didn't bother with any kind of heating, so, you know, it's kind of okay here. But yeah, it's kind of clammy here as well. Kind of uncomfortable. Now we'll do a main save before we take any of these quests. Now, the best of the villages I got, I think I managed to pick up about 6. Yeah. So they need a minimum of 3 on a skill. And you'd want to pick them reasonably young as well. Really? I didn't even check the temperature here, but it's not like that. But it is, even though I've got no heating on, it is a bit high. Oh, this one is hunt 5 badgers. What's this one? Copper knives, 11. Ah, sugar, I just sold a whole ton of them. Slay, slice a fox. Hunt a fox. No, they're nasty. What's this one here? Deliver 53 feathers. That's easy. What's this one? Medium wicker basket, 7. That's easy. The badgers, yeah. Yeah. I suppose we could try them. I don't want to be failing these. The fox, kind of out of the question. Yeah, they're rare enough. The copper knife I could do, but I'll have to go to one of the mines. Yeah, okay. Those two. Well, the badger thing I could probably do. The fox thing I'll keep back from. Yeah, I'd want to be getting the badger thing out of the way straight away. That's the only one that's iffy. Okay. Let's start a few of these. Oh yeah, that's not good. I just put the heating on when I have to, because I prefer it to be a little bit on the colder side. Yeah, he's probably got the thermostat working. Yeah. That's not healthy, Terry. To be warm like that all the time. I can't stand the heat, you know, if it's too warm in a house. My mum is very old, she's the same. You know, she's got, it's like a greenhouse, you know, when you walk into a place, it's way too warm. I always find it hard to breathe. Yeah? Now, we'll see if we can get the badgers and we'll do that. I'll go back and we'll have to hit one of the mines for these copper knives. It's a pity. Because I had like 20 of them and I sold them off. I didn't expect that quest to be coming up, but it's an easy enough one. We'll just need 40 copper, but we'll have to travel. I've taken out 2 of the mines already. We'll have to travel to one of the older ones. I suppose while we're there I could fix up a mine as well. We'll go back and we'll make some planks so we'll have enough. Now let me see. We'll see if we can get the badgers on the way down. I know there's a badger spot somewhere around here. Oh, come on. Wild animals. There it is there. So, we're here. So on the way home, where's the way home? Yeah, there's a badger there, you see it? Right there. Fox, fox, fox. Let me see, is there any badgers around here? Rabbits, rabbits, rabbits. Boar. Oh, these are the other ones that I got, so... Let me see. That's badger there, isn't it? Even though it doesn't show up on this, it is. I think that's badger there. I've caught him a lot. Yeah, it's a badger. There. So is there anything a bit closer? A little closer. There is. There was one in a forest here somewhere. No, that's all fox. Okay, we'll hit for this badger here. Yeah, we'll get that one out. There. Now. Let's see if I can follow this stupid, this way here. Right, we'll go for the badgers. Gotta make myself a knife too, have I? Got a knife? No. Okay, we'll make some knives while we're out here. To Blonde. Oh. Yeah, I think she's streaming about 3 days a week or something, isn't it? Excuse me. Okay, let's get the junk. We need to make these knives. So we'll probably need about 2. So how's your day been, Terry? Mine has been pretty boring. Well, I suppose boring is good. Right, okay. We're all set. Now we'll see if we can get these 5 badgers. Yeah, this is a dangerous enough spot, so we'll be careful. The heat, yeah. Outside is not too bad, and the temperature is not too bad, so it's definitely, you know, you've got the heating on too much. Can you not adjust the thermostat? So, you're probably on gas, Terry, is it? You're running it by a gas meter. I know they do a lot of that in the UK. Gas, yeah. Yeah, this time of year. I know the UK is colder than here, but it's not that cold, is it? Yeah, they're here somewhere now. There's one there. No, that's a fox. There's one there. Okay, that's one anyway. There, we'll mark that quest. We'll have a look around for some more. One of 5, yeah. Let's see if we can find any more. I know you look like one. Okay, that's 2. We'll get them all in. It is, yeah. Well, it's always kind of weird here, the weather, you know. But strange enough, you know, we always expect a decent summer here, but, you know, we get a few unbelievable days and that's it. There's no such thing as a long season anymore. Okay, I was hoping for maybe another guy. Oh, we can get the others on the way. The fox, yeah, I can't really run down a fox. What I'll do is, if I'm picking that quest, I'll go get my bow and arrow. I think I better start carrying it from now on. I've been kind of neglecting it because I need the carry weight. And I've been doing kind of okay without it, you know. Yeah, well 2 to 3 is all you'll find anywhere in these spots. Yeah, I think it's time I introduce myself to the bow. I can't really craft them yet because of the farming and the stuff I need. But I've got a few I found. The arrows are easy enough, that's not a problem. Okay. Right, let's head back. We need to collect some junk anyway. And we'll get the badgers. Where are they? This is where we live here, so we'll stop off at the badgers here. Might be able to pick up maybe another 2. Very, very, very relaxing game. There's a fox there. Yeah, I can't run them down, they're too quick. So you're talking a bow. I better get used to a bow. Oh, hi, Wolf. And good evening to you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can run down most stuff, except obviously the The foxes and those guys. You don't have to run the wolves down. You know, they'll come for you. Oh, hi, Jacob. No, not yet. Not yet. I've got too much to do on other games. But yeah, I'll eventually return to it. I did have a long stint. You know, it kind of burned me out for a while. So how have you been, Jacob? Yeah, we're doing this. It's kind of similar, but it's more interactive. You know, lots of settlers, lots of stuff like that. Oh, hi, Seldrick, and thanks for that raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Seldrick? Yeah, I just started about 15 minutes ago. So we're just getting out some of the message board quests before the end of the season. Didn't even get around to using a bow on this yet, so we're going to be checking that out shortly. We're just heading back now to the settlement. I'm hunting badgers with a stone axe. Oh, that's good. Yeah, not too bad. Just been very, very tired lately, you know. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, hi, Michael. How are you? Yeah, very tired. Blood pressure peaks every now and again, and you know, it kind of wipes me out a little bit. Yeah, this is very, very stupid. Well, basically, she's got a list of 5 things. She's only allowed to pick one, and they're rubbish, and you just get 100 gold. But yeah, let's try her again. Yeah, no, I've already done that. Yeah, some kind of random NPC. Okay, let's head back. There's some stuff I need to do anyway. I sold a ton of copper knives, so I'll have to head to a mine to finish that other quest. Yeah, the smithy keeps coming up, but I haven't put in anyone yet. It's actually quite useless. For a while at least, so I'll find an NPC because I've been doing all the smithy work. There's not much to do, and I badly need the experience points to unlock buildings, so having a smithy in now is a bit much. Hi, Michael, and how have you been? Yeah, with me, it's, oh, what's this thing called? Tritase. That's what I was put on. Something called Tritase. And they put me on some blood thinners as well. Also affectionately known as rat poison. I think they call it that. It's got some kind of active ingredient that's actually in rat poison. Thins the blood. That's not a good sign when you're on that. You know? Oh well. Doing good. Nice. I'm impressed with this game. I've been watching it, you know, when it was in development, about a year before it was released on PC. But they did a pretty decent job on this. I started on the Oxbow map, and it's kind of lacking in story. It's kind of like Valheim in a sense, where there's little story, but a lot of interaction. Unbelievable amount of interaction with NPCs. Especially the guys you bring to your settlement. That was nice for these kind of games. They did a wonderful job on this. Now, where's that badger I was looking for in here? There's one. See, I can run down the badgers, it's not too bad. Okay, that kind of went sideways, guys. I didn't expect to get hurt on that one. There you go. Badgers can be vicious. But I remember from history, back in the 1600s and 1500s when they were hunting badgers, the hunters would have a system. Let's say they would make a shin guard. You know, those guys will lock onto your leg and do some serious damage. Pretty much like a pit bull. And they won't let go until the bone cracks. But they would use light twigs like this, and they would strap them around their shins. So if the badger did grab them by the shin, you know, once the twig would snap, they would let go, thinking it's the leg. Badger hunting. Okay, that's 2 or 4 anyway, they were easy. Yeah, sometimes you'll find 3, but it's usually 2. I took a reasonable bit of damage on that one. Here, let's grab some of these plants. It's not too bad now in the summer. But in the winter you'd have to stockpile a lot of potion, you know? No. The foxes are a problem. I haven't used a bow yet because I can't craft them properly yet. I've been kind of neglecting the farm technology. You know, doing the hunting and stuff like that. But now it's got to the stage where I have no choice. But I have some I found. I'm gonna start using those. Now, yeah, we're actually on our way here now. Well, there's a couple of things we can do. I need to collect a few of those plants on the way down. Where are they anyway? That's them there. That'll give me about 5%. Which is all well and good during the summer months. Okay, I need 7. You can't repair the clothes and items, so you've got to replace those. And let's just say I'm not in a position to be making clothing yet. There. That's enough for our health anyway. Okay, one more. Yeah, that's not too bad. I want to keep our potions. So this is what I've been doing down here. But one of the achievements is 50 settlements, so that's our 50 settlers, so that's a minimum of 25 houses. I've got a long way to go. But I think it was Sage showed me this spot. He's very familiar with the Oxbow map. This is pretty scenic. Now these, I'm going to move these. That's where I want to put the tavern. I have a rough idea of its size. That's pretty. Plus it's right beside a mine here. So I'll be building this side as well. And it's a deep enough valley. You know, I could get some nice stuff in here eventually. Yeah, I've even got a mine up. So I'll be doing a little building the far side as well. So this is what I've done so far. This takes up a ton of time, but in a good way, you know. Now they'll change as I unlock the technology to get, well, that's number 1 I think, up to number 3. The smithy is maxed out, so it will wind up in stone, so I'll need a fortune to unlock all the technologies, so that's why I'll have to get into weapon making in a big way. So that's the maxed out one. Plus to mention all of the stuff you need. I didn't actually find it. It was Sage. He said it was one of his favorite spots. And then I was in a bit of a rush to find a spot. And it's reasonably flat, but you need a spot maybe treated with a kind of flat area. You know, if you're gonna build big, maybe at least twice this size, but this is not bad. But the definite seller on this, if it was just this alone, but the waterfall and the mine is an absolute bonus. So that kind of boxes it in here perfectly. I can do little bridges. I can do a nice little bit of building here as well. Now this I will convert later to... This will be our large orchards here. I've been looking at the food, and I'm probably better off, you know, doing the orchards, you know, food and water at once from those, you know, to feed all of these settlers. Well, they're already... Yeah. I'm going to get into building some clothes later. God knows this guy needs it. The houses, most of them are ready. Now this is just a rough field I've done here. I will be changing it, but I couldn't waste out the season without getting some crops in. I need them to make feed, you know, once I start getting the livestock in, which I'm forced to do that because of the fertilizer. Plus we need a mount anyway. So this land is pretty much useless, but it's perfect for farming. Now this would be a nice spot, I'm thinking here for a windmill. But I don't know if I want to push up this far, guys. You know, it will be a last resort. Obviously I'll fill this side and I'll fill the other side and see how it goes. But it looks like I might be pushing out onto here. Yeah, 50 houses. You know, that's a lot. I have grouped them... Well, I didn't mind grouping them like this here. You know, once I opened up the middle. So, I didn't want to grid it too much. You know, once we've got this kind of open space. But we kind of overdo it. Now this is a bit kind of tight, but I wanted a kind of center. Obviously opening up from here. But that's what I've done so far. So, okay, let's get to this. So, what does this guy need for his quests? So, I need 53 feathers. Okay, we can do that. I've got a ton of stuff in reserve. We just collect this before we go. Now I've already cleaned out the mine, unfortunately, so to get these copper knives we'll have to go to one of the mines that's a little further away. But the best thing about it is I've already got some storage at each one. Now, this guy needs food and water. So how many feathers was that? We need 53 feathers, and I've got 9 already, and how many? Was it 7 wicker baskets? We'll just make them now. And then we'll head to one of those mines. Get rid of this junk here for a moment. No, just get rid of it all. We need 53, isn't it? Okay. I've got 4,000 feathers. That's every feather I got since I started the game. As I said, I haven't been using the bow, which I'm going to have to change shortly. Okay, there's the 53 feathers anyway. So that's done. Oh yeah, that one I've got to call back to later. So that's done. And then we need how many baskets? We need 7 medium wicker baskets. Okay, let's make 7 of those for that guy. I unlocked that a good while ago, so that's not going to be a problem. That's another thing as well, money for unlocking. That's why I've been making the weapons and selling them. Plus I need to max out production. Well, I need to have maxed out production. I need to get the right XP, you know, to get the upgrades. Was it 7? Right, we'll just make 7 of those for that guy. But it's a nice kind of slow going game. I've maxed out, that's the only alteration I made in the settings. I've maxed out the seasons, you know, instead of the normal 3 days, which I think is ridiculous for a season, but I can understand if you've got a ton of settlers in, and if you're totally relying on the crops, yeah, you'd probably have to do something like that. If you didn't have the infrastructure in place before they came in, but I did. But I've maxed them out. It's 10 times longer than that. I needed some time. Right. So I've maxed it out, you know, to 30 days. Now, the guys I have in so far are almost self-sufficient. I could do with a few more. I need a couple of old workers would be nice. Maybe one more on the well. That would be perfect. Now there was still some left, but they were a bit old and their skills were a bit off. So I've been trying to pair up the settlers reasonably well. Someone was saying once to get to 60 in this game or something, which that's a long time away. They tend to die off. So if I had them, you know, just for fun, maybe the same age. But I've got 6 in so far. But there's a new batch every season, so it's not a biggie. No. Yeah, that's it. We've got that, and we've got that. And this one here, we've got to make 11 copper knives, so we'd need 22 pieces of ore. And then we need, what? We need one more badger, and then we're good. Then, once we hand in those, I'll bring the bow, and I'll chance my arm on those foxes. I've never used a bow, so I need to be practicing with a bow anyway. Okay, badger. Right, one more of those. Okay, this guy needs food. Let's go get some food. I'll have to bring some others. We'll be leaving home for a little bit. And we'll probably get one of the badgers on the way down. The closest mine to here. Well, I've done the closest two. Let me see. There it is. That would be the closest mine, guys. Yeah, I think that's the closest one. Well, if we're gonna go there, we can... Nah, there's no point in setting up a mine yet, because we'll just have to pay the taxes on it, if I haven't got anyone to run it. So no. No, it's a fortune in taxes. Yeah, so we'll just go there and we'll get our ore. Oh, hi JB. And how have you been? Hope you've been well. So yeah, okay, we'll get some food. We'll get that last badger. And we'll head to that mine and see if we can get the copper ore to make those knives. Yeah, I've got a lot of roasted meat, alright. But the hardest thing on this is getting used to the menu, but you know, once you've done that, it's actually not too bad. There we go. I think we're ready to go. I'll tell you what, now is the time to bring a bow, guys. Okay, what's that? That's just an ordinary bow. Oh god, that's brutal. Where's my longbow? There it is. I found that one. So we'll bring the longbow. And we will bring 29 of those. Yeah, okay, we'll just bring those. Right. Now. There, we'll put you there. There, well that's as good as it's gonna get. Hang on, 29 arrows is not great, is it? I don't want to be carrying a ton of weight. There. Surely that would do. Now let's give that a save. I'm not quite sure, to be honest, you know, what kind of hit that bow was. I've literally never used the bow yet. Now, where are we going? Oh yeah. We could drop off the other ones, but I think it's in this direction. Oh god, the heat here is killing me. You're right, Terry. It is starting to get very warm. It's just got very warm here all of a sudden. There we go. I don't even have any heating on. So, where's the mines again? Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I think that's the closest one, guys. Let's see, is there a badger spot on the way down? There is, actually. There's a badger spot there. Right there. So we might be able to get our last badger there. Yeah, it just shot up here. You know, since we started speaking, but it's like that here. You know, it could be a little chilly, and then within an hour, you know, too humid and warm, and then, you know, a couple of hours again chilly again. It's all over the place. And I don't have any heating on. Right, let's go, guys. We can get the last... Well, we'll be careful of foxes here as well. Or not foxes, wolves. And there's new spawns every season, so we'll, you know, keep an eye out for any goodies as well we might be able to find. But we still got a good few days left in this season. And what is it? So it's sped up, let me see. So a minute in real time is an hour in this. So 24 minutes a day, basically. So yeah, there's probably a full stream before the season ends, I'd say. Yeah, let's see how the... We'll just check the ball here. How would we, Oh, we've got to equip the arrows. Okay, we got to equip the arrows. I didn't know that. Or maybe we have to make something else for them, I'm not sure. As I said, I haven't used them before. Let's go with the iron arrow. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. Let's see if we can get a headshot here, guys. Oh, that's a good shot. They'll go down with the first shot. That's all I needed to know. Yeah, that's all I needed to know. That is perfect. That is perfect. Ah. Oh, and yes, I tried this game out, but the animals are brutal. The buffalo guys, yeah. But I can probably show you here. Yeah, here it is. Now I've everything set to the way the game was. There's only one thing I've changed on this. Yeah, it's all where it was. You know, the length of the season days. It was set at 3. It's not too bad because it's a game that's, if you keep away from them until you're strong enough. But most of them I can outrun, The wolves, yeah. If you can draw them out one by one, you can get them. But running from them is a waste of time. Meeting them head on with an axe, probably your best way to go on timing your shot, Oh, hi Kimmage. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And how have you been, Kimmage? It's been a while. So, what have you been up to? Oh, hi Lauren. And how have you been? Not too bad. Not too bad. A little tired, that's all. Yeah. Missed a day this week. I had an overnight stay from my checkup. But out from that, pretty good. They were just running some tests. Nothing serious. And thanks for following, Lauren. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. So, what have you been up to? Have you been busy, Kimmage? Yeah, not too bad. It's just my blood pressure has been kind of spiky lately. I've been getting leg cramps and, I already have a neck injury, so I did explain to him it's from that, but I suppose I had to be careful and make sure there was no blood clotting, I suppose. They didn't say that, so I'm just assuming, Nothing major, nice. You took a break for a while, did you? I haven't seen you on for ages. Oh yeah. The docs are, they're pretty good. I see a specialist about every 6 months or so, Yeah, we're fortunate to have, such a reasonably decent system, Oh, absolutely, yeah. If you feel like you're burning out or, streaming in that, or you're just not in the mood, you're best to take a little break for a while. Absolutely. Especially if you're young like you and you're busy. Life can be demanding. It's different from me. I've done my time, as they say. And now I've got some time to spend. Now, just let me get something to drink. The stupid medication they have me on for my blood pressure is, giving me cotton mouth. You're still young. Yeah. You're still young. You know what they say, 40 is the new 30. Yeah, so the bow is actually quite powerful. I wasn't sure about that one. Yeah, we should be able to hunt the foxes if we can fell a deer. So, we're after badgers. Fair enough. We just need one more. We'll just keep a lookout here. We're going badger hunting. Oh, it's absolutely wonderful. It reminds me a lot of Valheim, but with much better graphics. Valheim is superior in one sense, but with this you get settlers into your village, and the amount of interaction and micromanagement you can do with them it's absolutely unreal. I'm turning 30 now for turning. Same, yeah. You know what they say, age is just a number. Until you hit 50. And then it's quite a big number. Okay, where are these stupid badgers? I just need one more. So, that was actually my first time to use a bow on this. I was kind of holding back. In these games, I'll kind of go one route and then I'll learn as much as I can about it. Now I'm switching to a bow. But then I did use an iron arrow, so obviously that must have making a difference. Okay. Isn't it strange when you're on something, the last one, it's always like this? Okay, no spawns. Right. I'm sure we'll bump into one eventually. Right, let's go and get the ore we need for, oh, there he is. Hello. There we go. Yeah, he's still did a little bit of damage, but I think it's nothing we can't handle. Let me see. It's clothing, actually. It can't be repaired. Right, we'll pick up some of those in a moment. Right, so that one is out of the way. Where's those plants? This is a good opportunity. In the summer we can pick these, but in the winter you'd want to really stock up with you want to stock up with a lot of potions. I've been a bit lazy in doing that. There we go. Right, we're good to go. There. Right, enough of the badger. Now, I've got a mine here, or at least I've got... Here it is. It's waiting to be a mine, but we should be able to get our copper ore there. It's not too far away. So we need 11 copper knives, so that means we need 11 copper ingots. So that means we need 22 ore. So we'll go in here. Now we don't have to carry it back. I've got a storage thing here. We'll just throw it into that and we can access it at the settlement, which is really cool. Kind of like the system that, you know, No Man's Sky has. You know, shared storage. And on this it doesn't matter where it is on the map, but only with the resource stations. Oh, sugar. Is that a wolf? Are you kidding me? Let's make a run for it, guys. Yeah, I don't want to mess about with that. Yeah, that's pretty weird, isn't it? Yeah, the layout is very, very uniform, isn't it? Over here, let's see if we can make it down without dying. The fall damage is brutal in this game. Yeah, even stepping off a step, if you do it wrong, you can take a lot of damage. There we go. Oh, it must be an orchard, that's why it's laying out like that. 2 rabbits. Don't mind if I do. Oh, you bunny killer. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. It does, yeah, it does. All the blue, they're farm animals. But we can buy those later once I've got something up and running to hold them. Yeah. So they're goats, at least we know where to buy them. So I haven't done the animal husbandry in this yet. But we'd probably need male and female. I think we're only allowed to hold 5, so... Okay, right. Let's get up here and get our, this is a pretty big village, isn't it? Yeah, I think, yeah, I've been here before. Okay. Okay, there's sheep here as well to buy. But we're well away from that. We can buy them later. We still have a lot to do in that settlement, you know, before we do that kind of farming. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. Actually, I wasn't down this side of the village. I was getting very lazy. I just came here to see the vendors and do a few quests. But this is where we get our goats and sheep. Pigs will be the first thing I'll start with. From that we can get, well, we can eventually get the fertilizer. But they're the ones I'd start with. And eventually you can get donkeys, goats, sheep, all of that stuff that you're talking about. A lot of room, guys, for this. Yeah, need a reasonable amount of room. Now, but yeah, it's the other side of the village. I didn't really notice that. Yeah, it's down here. Yeah, it's actually down here. Yeah, I've been mostly around here. Yeah, I didn't notice that little part. So we're going up here. Where's the villagers here? I don't know if I've actually tried here, to be honest, guys. For people to recruit. Maybe we're missing someone. But I think it's down near this, and I think they're down at a kind of campsite. Yeah, I think I picked up some guys there. But apparently it's up here. I'm not sure, to be honest. No, that's way too far away from the town, guys. Okay, we'll see if we can find this camp. I'm not sure if I checked it for, I'm not sure if I've checked it. Yeah. I don't want to miss anyone here before the season ends in case we got a decent recruit for our settlement. Yeah, I'm not sure if I checked this. Let me see, where would they be? Yeah, there's quests. Oh, we can get that quest out of the way, guys. I've got to return to her. Yeah, we'll do that. I forgot about that. We did this quest last season. There it is, Living Dead. Yeah. So let's save this game here. And we will talk. Did you check his brat? This time I'm sure he's dead. Oh my god. She killed him. Yes, I did even slap him in the face, but there was no reaction. He was so cold. A little better acting, hopefully. I'll check that, okay. I promise you some... Oh my god, sour milk. Thank you. I'll check this body again. You're kidding me. We gotta check him again. Ah, okay. We got pulled into a quest, but okay. He probably is dead this time. Idiot. Okay, I didn't expect this to drag on, but we've got to get it out of the way anyway. Okay, what's his problem now? Rise and shine, it's just me, no need to pretend. The man is lying the way you left him. I think he is dead this time. Silence. Take a closer look. Was right, the man's not breathing and there's no pulse. Try to determine the cause of death. His eyes stop at a pile of berries among them. Oh, he probably got hungry, ate them and got poisoned. Yeah. Deadly nightshade, it looks like. He used them to the point to his lips and face with the lemons. Yeah, you play with that. Go away. That's it. Actually, that's our fault. At the start of this season, he asked for some food. Yeah. That's kind of our fault. We should have given him some food. But it doesn't matter, it's over. Doesn't make a big difference. Okay. Let's see what that did for our reputation anyway. Okay, 2405, it's going up. Now, let's see if we can see these, I'm not sure if there's any settlers here. The problem is it's a bit on the dark side. And I don't mean that in a Star Wars way. Okay, where's the... They're goats anyway. Yeah, where's the camps here? I suppose we could head up and get our ore and come back this way. Yeah. Yeah, because we're wasting a bit of time. Okay. We will head and get our ore and we'll have to come back this way anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've checked the camps here. That's funny, I thought I did, to be honest. But I think it's the other one I checked. I think it was that one there. Okay, we're not too far away from it anyway. Let's get our ore. I can't see them here in the dark, but... I thought we were actually down here and we can swim across the river. No. Oh, they are. Ah. No, I don't think I've tried this, guys.
Is this new village yours?
No, they're all too old.
Travels are all very well, but I would love to finally put down roots.
Oh no, they're all doting. Yeah. They die off at a certain age. Yeah. No. There's no need to rush with these, and their skills are not great anyway. They're horrible. There's a new season coming in, there'll all be new batch.
As if somebody paused it.
Yeah, I must have tried it already then. Yeah, okay. Right. That's out of the way, we won't have to return here. Right, let's get that stuff for the knives and then we'll pick up that last quest and go, we'll go fox hunting. After that then we can pick up the normal quest. But one of the achievements on this is to finish 100 of these. So over time we'll get those out. And I still have a ton. I think I've only unlocked about 5% of the tech. It's really down to money for the most part, and then another 20% left on tech that I've got to, you know, get the production and hunting experience and all of that to unlock it. Now we're heading to the mine. It will probably take too... Well, I have cleaned out a good few of these mines, but in real time it takes a long time. So we'll just get what we need. And the second that the daylight comes, yeah, we'll head home then. And hand in these quests. And now that I know I can take out an animal with one shot with a bow, we'll go fox hunting. There's no point in me finishing this mine here until I'm prepared to send some people out, and that's gonna be a while before I send people out to these. And by the time, to be honest, I'm ready to do that, money won't be much of an issue anyway. But I suppose just to keep them occupied. And I've never played a game yet that hadn't got some kind of an economy issue, where it gets to the stage where you can't properly sell all the stuff you produce. But here we go. Yeah, this I'll be getting rid of later. It's a temporary thing until I've got the mine finished. Bucket of milk. Yeah. I'll let them use that. Meat. Okay. Well, we're keeping that feather in the fur, not so much. Oh, we're getting leather from the deers. Cool. Yeah, the rest is okay. Now, let's get mining, guys. Let's see, have we got, Oh, we got one. Okay, we need 22 copper ore. We'll just take the ones here at the door as well. Get it over with. No problem. And thanks for raiding. Appreciate it. But yeah, it's almost 3 AM for you, Kimmage. Same here. Thanks for raiding and being here. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great weekend. And it's nice to see you back again, you know, streaming. Have a good one, Kimmage. Take care. Bye. Yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl. You know, I need really come alive at this time. And thanks again. Have a good one, Kimmage. So are you back streaming for a while? Probably regularly. You know, maybe at the weekends or that? Yeah, we just grabbed this over here. Copper is... I've got so much of that. Tin is a lot rare. I've been making a lot of bronze junk as well. The copper, we need 22 of those. But we're really close there to our storage, so we'll fill that up quickly. A couple of runs of this will be good. What I wanted to do is buy next spring in this game. You know, to break into the farming properly so we can bring in the flax and stuff and we can start making, you know, decent outfits. This guy's been running around with his junk since the game began. Right, we'll drop that little bit off for a moment. So we'll stop when we get 22 copper ore, we should be good. That's enough to make my 11 knives, I think. We'll keep going till daylight, which won't be much longer. Yeah, I think we could go back after this load. I think we've got enough. Oh, hang on. I think it might be 2 copper bars. I think it's 2 copper bars, guys, to make a knife. So if that's the case, it's 4 ore per knife. That's what, 44. But we'll get them quickly here. Yeah, I think it might be. I don't want to make a second run back here. It would take forever to get back. We'll grab it anyway, just in case. copper is extremely common in these mines. But once I get more organized, I can have settlers doing this for me. It won't be a biggie. It's just getting the right people in. Of course, it slows the whole thing down, me having such long seasons, but I think it's much more fun. So in real time, each season in real time for me it'd be about 14 to 15 hours. We're okay till morning anyway. First daylight we'll set off. And then we go and kill those foxes. Oh, I forgot to make another axe. So on these, well, once you open them up with a proper mine, you'll get soul, tin and copper. And then when you put a proper mine in, you'll get iron. Which I've got 2 of them already, so I don't have anyone to run them, so what's the point? And I think they're a bit iffy with taxes as well. So no big rush on them, you know. No. Let's get back with that. I think that should be enough. Let's see if we've got enough daylight to head back. Yeah, I don't want to be running into any of those buffalo creatures at night. How do we get out of here? Oh, sugar, we're lost. Okay, let me see. This is one big mine. Yeah, this is the end of it here. Okay, which way? Well, when you have a mine in, they put signs and everything, so it's easy to kind of find your way around, but... And there's no local map on these. And this one is quite big, actually. Ah, come on. Okay. Okay, there's gotta be a way out here somehow. This way, obviously. Okay. Okay, I might have to leave down some breadcrumbs to find my way out of here. Okay, this is kind of ridiculous. There we go, this has got to be the way. Yeah, I think this is the way out. Yeah, it is. There we go. Yeah, I think we should be able to set off from here. Let me see what time it is. Yeah, probably. Although it's still very dark, isn't it? Yeah, we'll dump this anyway, we'll see. Might just give it one more hit. You know, just to be sure. Maybe leave about 5, 6 a.m. Where we can kind of see where we're going. Okay. Yeah, well, reasonably okay for water. Right, we'll give it one more hit. I need to make some bronze stuff anyway. Get that production up. We won't forge that when we get back, in case we get some other quests to do something else. I want to be coming back here again for a while at least. Yeah, I might be able to fit one more in. Oh, sugar, okay. Right, let's get out of here. Oh. The usual thing. Yeah, there it is. I think it's back this way, isn't it? And then to the right, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, this is our way out. Okay. Right, let's get home. Let's make those knives. We'll cash in those 4 quests. And then we'll do a main save before we go hunt the fox. I don't want to fail any quests. Right, that should do. So let's see what we've got in copper ore. Yeah, 72, so that's what? 3 dozen bars? Yeah, that's more than enough. Yeah, that's more than enough, that would do. Now let's check those quests and we see. There's the feather rufflers, we got all 53. The basket weavers, we got all 7. And the stat, we've got to make the knives, we've got to go back to the settlement for that. And yeah, badger, that's it. And once we do the fox one, we've pretty much cleared up the message board for this season, which is not bad. And then we'll track down the kind of side story quest. Okay. Let me see that that saved properly. It did. Right, let's head back, guys. Yeah, okay, I think it's time. Yeah, it's time we made another axe. I don't want that to give when we're fighting some wolf or something. So I'll waste out that one as well on something here. Yeah, we'll just chop that and take it down. We'll waste it out. There, perfect. Okay, we just finished this, load it up, and then we're gone. Perfect, that would do. Right, so we're all ready. So back to the settlement. Well, the settlers are kind of self-sufficient. You know, the water is a bit iffy. It's slightly above, but you know, when she goes in at night, and then it takes a little bit of a dip. But the reserves are more than enough to hold into it. But it kind of shows up like there's no resources, so it's kind of iffy. The second person on that well will be perfect. And then, you know, if we had any overflow, we can make some of the other food or something from it. The problem is supplying enough buckets in, so I've got a lumberjack home, but I need 2 more. One for planks, one for logs, and you know, the other guy for making, or sorry, woodworker to make the buckets. But it's holding up, you know. It's just about enough. I don't want to take anyone into the settlement. I want to kind of match them off perfectly. And there's plenty to choose from, you know. Right. Right, let's go. So we are going back to the settlement. Now, eventually when we do enough stuff for the king, these kind of, well, the challenge quests, we can get to name our settlement. Where is our settlement again? There it is, isn't it? Yeah, there. And we can name it what we want, and we'll get one of these banners, I'm thinking. And we'll be right here. There would have been a perfect spot, but maybe not as scenic. I've collected plenty of those for next season. I don't think we need to waste any time on that. So straight back to the smithies and we'll make the weapons. There we go. We're good. Maybe the kind of tech that they have for getting a mount in this game, I think they might have buried a bit too deep in the tree. You know, it's almost end game stuff. But this is the kind of free roam map. I didn't do the story map, which I'm really looking forward to. And that one, I think it's called the Valley. So on this one, you can pretty much, if you have the tech and the money and the resources, you can build, you know, any of the buildings you want to. But on the story map, you know, you've got to kind of follow the story before you get to build them. And then you've got to have the resources and money then as well. That one might be fun. But I'll definitely know the ropes after this run. Yeah, Yeah, we were here before, alright. Ah, way too old. Right, okay. Let's get back as quick as we can. Yeah, we're wasting our time. No, I'll never outrun them. Let's check the story with the fox. Let's see how easy these guys are to kill. Okay, what's the story with yeah, the stupid arrows keep no. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay, we can get them all right. The fox is not a problem. We can even get the arrows back. Okay, we need to make a knife. Yeah, I didn't think the arrows would be so, you know, they would kill so quickly. I was thinking I might have needed a couple of shots. That would have been a disaster. So yeah, we can work this. I wonder how good they are against a bear. But having said that, we're using an iron arrow. Yeah, the foxes will be okay. There's a ton of them around the main town, I think. There. Yeah, it's definitely worth carrying a bow. That'll give us a jump on any wolves as well, we see. What's that quest there that's highlighted? Huh. Oh, I don't know, we've had that since the beginning of the game. That's a story quest. Yeah. I think it's maybe after we named the town or something. I don't know what's going on with that one. It's Badger. Oh yeah, we've marked that one. Okay. We have to get back to our settlement to make those weapons. I don't want to make 3 or 4 runs. Yeah, as you can see, I've been here. Our settlement is just the other side of those trees. All of this is out of sight, so we can't really see it from the settlement. Apparently it takes about 8 seasons for this to grow back, so... Okay, let's check our, Ah, I see. You'd wanna be pretty, you wanna be pretty close to these guys. You nearly want to cut a headshot in on these. Okay, it takes stamina. I see. My God, this thing has got sway. Ah, it's okay. Okay. That bow takes a lot. Now, let's go make our knives. This will be massive once I'm finished. There's already 25 houses alone. You know, just to house them. That's not counting the kind of support buildings as well. Yeah, let's see if everything is okay. Yeah, I've been doing all the farming myself so far. We've got a lot of empty houses. But when the season changes, the NPCs will be able to hire more and there'll be more stuff with the vendors. I've pretty much taken everything they have. I'll have to start buying some tech shortly. What was it? Yeah. Was it 11 copper knives? Delivered in copper knife 11, okay. Right. Let's get that done. That's a bit glitchy. Assigning someone to that. Took me ages to work it out, to be honest. Now, this will help our production a little bit as well. That's why I've mostly been doing the farming. I'm massively behind in farming. Ton of stuff I haven't unlocked. So bringing in those guys to do the work for me would be not the greatest thing yet. And I've been managing perfectly without the farming for feeding those settlers, so that's not a big one yet. So far. But these couples have kids and stuff, and then I think one of them takes, I think, a couple of years off, so we need stand-in workers as well, so yeah, we're easily talking 50 settlers. Well, I need them anyway for my achievement. I don't know, maybe 15-day seasons would have been better. Or 20-day seasons. Yeah. Now, 11 copper knives, wasn't it? Copper knives. There it is. There. And then we're fox hunting, guys. But to be honest, I needed long seasons to get some of this done. And your character ages as well, and then eventually, you know, you have to kind of get married and have a son, and then carry on as him. And I didn't really want to get into that. I wanted enough time to, you know, to do something on this. Well, until I get to hang of the game, you know. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. But you are right. The humidity here is killing me now. Have a good one. Take care. And stay safe. Bye. And maybe cut that heating for a while. Yeah. It's way too warm for heating. There we go. Now we'll drop off the remaining bars and we'll head to town. We've got 4 quests to hand in. We'll save it at a notice board, and we will go fox hunting. Yeah, it keeps telling me there's nobody in the smithies, but that's by design. I don't want anyone there yet. Now he needs water, he needs food. We need to drop off the excess junk we have. And then we're good. I'll be moving these 3 buildings. I want to put a tavern and something else in here. Maybe a tavern and a market stalls on this side. Once I get to that tech. So I only need 53, isn't it? So I'll get rid of 14, isn't it? Yeah. I think that's it, guys. Iron arrow, poison arrow. Yeah, we've got a few. Now let's just check this again. So we've got our 53 feathers. We've got our 7 circuited baskets. We've got our 11 knives and move kill. That's it. 2, 3, 4. Those 4 quests are as good as done. Oh, food. Let me see. Okay, these are 1, so we'll take 3 more. Food goes off after time, so you'd want to be careful enough with this. You know, not to overdo it. Well, I suppose you could sell it as well. That's it, we're good. Now. Right. Let's go. So that's why I want to get really into. It's take forever to get that flax in, you know that. I could buy it, to be honest, because now that the mines are up, although it's a bit kind of tedious mining, you know, we get a good bit of cash from that. We can buy the stuff we need for making new bows. No repairs, unfortunately. You just use something till it gives up, and then you replace it. Kind of reminds me of the Apple phone. No repairs. You just use it until it breaks, and then you throw it away and buy a new one. Seems like in medieval times they had that as well. Planned obsolescence is it's called, isn't it? Where they purposely designed something not to be repaired. To last just the minimum amount of a guarantee, and then you'll have to throw it away and buy a new one instead of repairing it. We're definitely living in the golden age of corporations. Now, where is this guy? I think it's all quests will be handed into this guy. Where is he anyway?
So expensive because of the taxes or what?
Oh, here's an NPC. Hang on. I rarely see this. Hang on.
How are you?
Yeah. I could never find a stupid NPC, and they've got $2,000.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
No.
See you around.
Okay, so. Yeah, that guy's been keeping himself pretty hidden. Now, where's this, God, finding these, the quest markers are really stupid to find.
Must be so.
It is down here. There he is. There he is.
How is life treating you?
Great, thank you so much. Another victim youngsters these days. Okay.
Have a good day.
That's one. Now we'll get rid of the other three. And that's the feather rufflers. So, let's have a look at this reputation. 2458. Okay.
Hello there.
Of the Wicker Master. Here's your one.
See you soon.
It's 2. 2563. Why is it an uneven number? I think we might have gotten it picking up a multiplier somewhere.
Hello there. Good luck.
Now let's see. 2668. Yeah, I'll get the uneven number. Badger, yeah, okay.
Oh, it's you again. See you around.
That's it. The foxes now and everything. And then we're done with him for an entire year. That's it. Yeah, what's this keeping? It just says keep an eye on the situation. I suppose there's a part that you get to in the story eventually. Why even bother? Now, the foxes. I'm gonna make sure now. That one there. Yeah. No, it's not there. Oh, it is. It is. Right, this is the last one. I didn't want to take this until I knew we could actually take one out with one shot. But we need 6 foxes. So that's the one we're on now. There. Now, very quickly guys, I'll just get something to drink. Oh, I got something new here. I'll try this. Let's see what it's like. It's where is it? Oh, that's weird. Oh, hang on, it's in the door here. Yep. Yeah, I picked this up in a local store. It's Dr. Pepper, but to be honest, yeah, I think the stuff we get, the recipe is pretty horrible. Let me see. All depends on where they got this from. I know they were shipping some stuff in some of the stores from Eastern European countries, and it was horrible. You know, each country I've been to, you know, Coca-Cola or Dr. Pepper or whatever, even tobacco, cigarettes and stuff, they tend to do their own recipes on them, you know, a little different. You know, even Germany. Yeah, it's not bad, it's not great either. I always find that Dr. Pepper very dead. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of an aftertaste. It's not the same stuff I used to get, you know, a couple of decades ago. I think they're cheaping out on the ingredients. I think they keep using that artificial sweeteners and stuff. It's horrible. You can get that aftertaste. Horrible. No, it's not great. I wouldn't recommend it. Excuse me. And it's full of gas as well. Right, the foxes. Yeah, I know there's ones right outside here. The foxes. Yeah, there they are there. We'll try for the foxes. There. Right, let's get out and do our hunting. We won't bring the bow up until... I think we gotta get right close to these guys to kill these foxes. hopefully we won't mess this up and it'll go quickly enough. Yeah, this was the first place I went to hire settlers, and I found 3 in one spot, perfect settlers. But I left the old coots.
Sometimes I get a feeling that the locals frown upon us.
Yeah. So they're gonna pretty much stay there. Now we're looking for foxes. And we got an autosave. Oh, there's a rabbit. We're not after rabbits today. Yeah. What's gonna happen there is we'll disturb the foxes. And strangely enough, when I used to come down here to saw stuff, you know, there used to be tons of them. Isn't it always the case? There's one there, you see it? I don't know, could we take a shot from here? They're a wily bunch, alright. Got him. Oh, there's another one there. We'll see if we can get that guy from here. God, the sway in this bowl. The stupid sway. I'm gonna have to get a bit closer. That's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, I knew I was gonna miss that shot. That's a pity. At least we get our arrow back. Yeah, I'll have to get a bit closer, guys. There's too much of a sway. Okay, we'll kill some of the birds if we have to down there. I need a bit of practice for this bow anyway. Okay, let's mark out another spot. Foxes. Rabbits, deers, blah 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 blah. And what's that? That's some kind of coyote, is it? No, it's a deer. Jokingly. That's a fox there, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Oh, sugar. I'm going to kill one of those. Whatever. Oh, there's ducks as well I want to hunt. There's another achievement to kill one of every animal. I'll have to start getting into that now that I have a bow. I've already got a bear, to be honest. The hard way. With a stone axe. And a pike. There's one there. Looks like one. it's going to be a shot and a half, isn't it? Kidding me? Is it dead? It is, yeah. Yeah, that was a decent shot. Okay, that's two anyway, isn't it? Two is not enough. Oh, sugar. That was stupid. Okay. Alright, it's gonna take a bit of time, isn't it? There's one. Okay, I'm getting the hang of this bow. You want to be quick. You can even get the arrows back if you're lucky. Yeah, we'll head up here and we'll dump some of this junk off. Yeah, I've got a storage area here near mine. Ah, sugar, I forgot to get that there. Okay. There's a bird there. Okay, what's the story with these birds? And it's, what is it anyway? Crow. Not sure if I got one of them, but I got one now. Okay, we haven't got a knife. No, we need 2 stone. Who wants a crow? There we go. Right, let's store that. We're halfway there, guys, on the foxes anyway. I should be able to get enough around here and give me a bit of practice with this bow. We'll try it on the bigger guys later, those buffalo. Ooh. I need a good vantage point. We'll take quite a few shots, I'd say, to take one of those down. Okay. Let's see what we're like with food. I'll grab 2 more just in case. Yeah, well, we're okay. We're reasonably good for water as well. Now let's see. Are there any more foxes we can harass before we move on? Plus I need to get my hunting skills up too for the fishing out in the lodge. To give those a makeover. Drawing sticks, those guys. Oh, stupid Croc. That was just silly, wasn't it? Wait. Nah. He's out of there. I didn't see that idiot. And it's starting to get late as well. Can't be doing this at night. Oh, there he is. That one there. It is. I don't know, did I get him? I'm not getting bad at this, actually. There, 2 more. I don't think we'll get them here, guys. I think we're pretty much burned out this area. Let's see. We'll find another spot before it gets dark. Okay. Not really. There's some other things we killed it here. We did. What's that there? Some place close by, actually. Here, there's one there, isn't it? Yeah, we'll try that one. Maybe that's the one I was thinking of. We just might get lucky. Oh, this is never good. There's a hill here. We'll be right on them before we can see them. Huh. Okay, there's one there, is it? Is that something? It is. Oh, that was so stupid. That was a rush shot. That's silly. Okay, we need some sleep, guys. Oh, there's one there. That guy is nice and still. Surely we can get that guy. Okay, that's it. Just one more. One more fox. And we've got all of them done for the entire season. Not that it's, well, there's a good few days left actually in the season. That's a pity I missed that other guy. I would be done with it now. Yeah, I'll give it a shot, guys. I don't know, what's that, some kind of stag? No, I've got one of those, guys. We'll go for a headshot. Not a hope, those guys are strong. Yeah, we hit it alright. We definitely hit it. We need something a lot more powerful for that, I'd say. Try for a headshot. Ah, for God's sake. Whatever. I definitely need the practice. Okay, I'll try a headshot on you. No. He's not falling for that one, is he? No, we need the hunting anyway. I got him. I got him this time. I definitely got him this time. I think that's considered a different type of animal. It's a stag. Although I think I killed one with an axe already. You're kidding me. Oh, this is ridiculous. I'll have to make a few of those knives. What, there's not a stick to be seen. Be terrible to leave that guy here. Are you kidding me? There's 2 stones anyway. That's not a problem apparently. Yeah, that's him there. We'll keep it in a straight line so we don't lose his body. Are you kidding me? Here, there's some sticks down here. There. That's enough. I'll make sure and keep it back out. Did we lose the body? No, it's there. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of hunting for a while. Nice change. Broken torch. We've got to make another one of those. We can only make that because we're right beside the resource shed. Plus, once we do the farming, we'll need a ton of that leather anyway. There. Okay, one more fox. You never know, we might stumble on one. What's that there? I think that's one of the cuckoo things. Yeah, I don't think I killed one of those little guys yet. don't think I got him, did I? I got him. Yeah. A lynx. I think that's the first one of those guys I got. Although I think I might have killed one with an axe. But we got him for sure this time. They're not too bright, are they? Okay, we'll have to kind of guess a bit there on that one. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, we're not bad at this. Still never got our fox, but we're making it a knife. Oh, we need to go down and get some water. Oh, we got a deer skull. Nice, we can use those for trophies. Oh, that's nice. I think that was the big guys we killed. Yeah, I think we need those for trophies. You know, for decorating. That will be cool. Now let's see if any more foxes spawned in. This night hunting is ridiculous. I suppose we could make a fire outside that shed. Wait till morning. Yeah, I think we're done in this area. We did miss a guy back in the forest, we might get lucky. Oh yeah, there's one. No, hang on. That's a piece of... No, it's not. No. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, we gotta get some water anyway, don't we? Gotta get some water. Okay, where is the water down here? So, that's our water needs. Right, I think we'll make a fire and we'll wait till morning. Better do it up near the shed. Yeah, oh, there's one. There's one there. The tree in the way, is it? No, I think we have a clear shot. No, that was stupid. The tree was in the way. That's the worst about this night thing. Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah, we'll wait till morning. Couldn't see the tree in the way. Wait, there's one there. Oh, it's something, whatever it is. Tight enough shot, guys. Ah, sugar, I only damaged them. Got it. He died after a while. I didn't like to see that, to be honest. Oh, hi, Yakko. How are you? Well, we got it. That's it. No. I don't mind hunting the bigger creatures. Especially the bears. But that's it. Let's get this. That's everyone done for the season. Oh, hanging in there. Nice. Now, let me quickly get something to drink. And we'll see what we can do with the other quests. There's some bigger ones to track down. So, how's your weekend going so far, Yakko? Mine has been pretty normal. Although I did have, you know, just a few visitors today, really, but that was it. Oh my. The Dr. Pepper we get here, Yakko, it's horrible. Yeah. I think they've been using that NutraSweet rubbish on it. Now. Okay, it's time to change our weapons, but yeah, I think we'll have to start carrying a bow from now on, won't we? Especially when we want to kind of progress on that hunting skill. Right, let's hand in our quest. We should be able to get right back to the settlement in time, and then we'll do a save there. We'll have a quick look around, make sure everything is okay. Okay, where is this guy? Oh, we're following the wrong one. He's in there. We'll go in the front door, I suppose. That guy is probably in bed. But that's all of the message board done for the season. So we're pretty much clear on that. So what is our reputation here? Okay, 27-ish. I don't know what the odd numbers are for. Okay, where is this guy? I still think that the quest markers need a bit of work. To be honest. What was it? 27? 73.
How can I help you?
There it is. I said I learned how a fox bites. Okay.
Have a nice day.
That's it. Got it done. Sly as a fox. Now, let's head straight back to that settlement, guys. I want to check things out as well. Well, they seem to be okay. It's pretty decent. See how I'm trying to get them you know, certain ages so I can match them up. Yeah. Okay. 2878. Yeah, I think we're getting a bonus or something. I think I might have picked a bonus or something on that. That's why it's such an uneven number. We got 105 for that. So 5% bonus, apparently. That's how I got the uneven tree. Okay. Let's head back to the settlement. Yeah, there's a horrible aftertaste. Really bad. But, you know, everyone was for that back in the 80s, I remember. You know. But after a lot of research over a long time, it's actually more harmful than the sugar. But it's cheap to manufacture. Yeah. Oh yeah, well the sugar-free stuff, yeah, would be okay for, you know, someone with diabetes. You would think that they would try and come up with a way of, you know, sweetening a drink, where, you know, without sugar and it didn't taste like, you know, you just gargled with some bleach, you know. Yeah. It is, isn't it? Yeah. But I think they can manufacture it cheap. I don't know how many times companies have changed a recipe for you know, just cheaping out on stuff. I do know a lot of countries use items in their food that, you know, should not be there. You know, bleach, you name it, you know. All of that stuff is banned here. And quite rightly too. But imagine using bleach, a type of bleach here called to whiten bread. I can understand using a certain amount of preservatives, you know, for shelf life and stuff like that, within a limit, within, you know, certain boundaries. But I'm old enough to remember when, you know, a lot of preservatives, you know, not everything had them. But the shelf life was unbelievably bad, Yako, especially for bread. You know, after the bakers would do bread without preservatives, you know, you had to get that guy, and within 4 to 6 hours, you know, it had to be consumed. You know. Now the thing lasts for like 3-4 days. Yeah. But I remember watching one program, but there was one country that were using bleach to whiten bread, and they did a test on the bleach, or some kind of chemical, but it's exactly the same stuff they use to soften yoga mats. Yeah. Yeah, but now it's a big, everything has gone corporate, isn't it? You know, food, you name it. But still, the way it would go, even let's say now, if that was still a thing, they'd still be getting their supplies from the big corporations that are doing that, you know. You'll still get the free range stuff, yeah. You'll still get a lot of that. But the best about, you know, at least the food here, you know, that that's been banned as well, that GM stuff, you know, where they genetically modify plants and foods. But I can understand GM, you know, let's say if you've got maybe a country, maybe a third world country, and the weather is pretty horrid, there's a big population to feed, and there's, you know, risk of famine and starvation, I can understand GM, you know. But, you know, the jury's still out on the GM stuff, to be honest. But in cases like that, I can understand. But using it in developed countries where not only have they enough food, but they've got massive surpluses that they, you know, they export to other countries. Yeah, most of the dealing they do would be through food, especially in the beef industry. So they take it pretty serious. You know, if their reputation gets hurt in any way, it's a biggie, you know. Yeah, it's a biggie. Although inflation here is rampant, but it's always been. But Ireland in particular, they've always really warmed to that kind of price gouging thing, that profiteering. Yeah, they're all just a bunch of profiteers, you know. But I'm not joking. If there was a colony on Mars and some war broke out on Mars that has nothing got to do with us here, or Venus, they'd use that as an excuse to up prices, you know. But I'm old enough to remember when that happened in the 70s. Eventually, we'll need to. The problem with that system is, let's say if we sent a colony to Mars and let's say they did settle it. Well, let's say within maybe 20 generations or whatever the case may be, they wouldn't really consider themselves, you know, well, obviously human, but, you know, they'd change a little bit, you know, the gravity there, some other things. You could see a war break out eventually. Sci-fi has done a lot on that, you know. Yeah. But yeah, if we want to survive as a species, we have to spread out. You know, if we had a massive meteorite strike on this planet, it might be pretty much all over. Just like a bacteria, I suppose. The best way of surviving would be to spread out as much as we can. Yeah. It always boils down to one thing in the end. It will be for resources. It's always money, profit, power, all kind of one thing. It's something that's ingrained in us, I'm afraid. We get that from our primate ancestors. But even in the darkest times, we always eventually pull through. The problem is, you know, we don't make the changes we need as a species until we're on the absolute precipice of disaster. The problem with that is, if it comes to a situation where that might be too late, you know. It's only when we're forced to do something, you know, we'll all band together. Yeah, some. But as, you know, as an entire species, we're not great, are we? No, we're not great. There's a few things that we have to overcome to get there. But one of the key things would be, in my opinion, to get where we need to go, would be a source of unlimited free power, like co-fusion or something like that, or something even more advanced. But imagine the implications, you know, of something like that. You know, you could have massive greenhouses in the desert, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, as I said, sci-fi has really brushed on that a lot. Where money is, it's not a thing. You know, it's not even used anymore. And, you know, you'd pick a job just for something to do, to contribute to society, to, you know, something you'd love, like, you know, you want to be a comedian or a musician or whatever the case may be. Absolutely, it's possible. But I can only see that happen after some kind of really horrible event. You know, some really horrible event. When the population is down to about maybe 2%. And then once we start to spread out again, it starts all over again. But an unlimited, free, clean energy source. Seriously, that would be 60% of the problem, you know, solved. manufacturing, growing food, all of that. That would be pretty much solved. Hunger, starvation, you know. But imagine all of, the deserts and stuff, where everything is, pretty much, nothing can be grown. But with unlimited power, you could do what you wanted, Mm. Mm. Um, the closest thing I think they've got is hydrogen. The rest is pretty experimental. I do know in one of the Nordic countries they are messing with a kind of fusion. That hadron collider. That kind of scares me, Echo. Mm. Oh, it's one of those theories about this alien kind of power source. Highly unlikely, but possible. There's no such thing as 100%. So I couldn't say it's not there 100%. Anything is possible. But I would say highly unlikely. The Hadron Collider is pretty interesting. Mm. Mm. Well, the only way that somebody could be convinced, for me, that something is 100% is to literally physically remove me from where I am, bring me to that and show it to me. No matter who would tell me this, or no matter what people would say. That's just hearsay, kind of thing. That's something I've learned, and this is, with everything across the board. But I'm definitely not saying it's not there. But what I'm saying is I'm not convinced. It's like that guy, Yako. You'll get these kind of things coming up every time there's some kind of energy crisis, and this thing that happened in Ukraine now because of the oil crisis and the energy stuff, especially across Europe. You get these stories coming up again. There was one guy in particular, he tried to scam about 20 years ago, but he's trying it again. I think he's a Nigerian, and he said he's come up with an unlimited power source that can run a car. And not only will it run a car for free forever without ever any maintenance, but it'll run your house as well. Mm. 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 But I was watching a video of it. It was on YouTube. Check it out. And he was showing the engine, but all it was really was a Chinese EV. But he showed this little box, and he had a ton of wires in it. But he reckons this box can get, the background radiation that's everywhere, and it converts that to raw power, and it runs the car. And when he was questioned about it, he said, all the wires, that's going in there, if you tamper with the box, the technology explodes, to protect it. And only it takes the technology for this is shared between 3 people, and they're all in different countries, and they don't know each other. This guy was straight out of a Dr. Zhivago novel, but the most obvious scam I have ever seen. It reminds me of that. You remember that witch doctor that convinced that African dictator, he got a ton of money from him, that he could turn stone into oil through voodoo. And he was absolutely gullible. And he got away with some cash. Mm. Yeah. But obvious scam. But a technology like that would be pretty hard to suppress. I think the closest we have would be hydrogen. I know, well, the first country that really got into experimenting with that, Yaka, was your country. Back in the early 1900s, hydrogen. There was a couple of very misfortunate accidents. They really didn't understand how volatile it was and how toxic it is. But it is the most abundant source in the universe. So even now we've got the technology to make a hydrogen car. That would probably do maybe about 400 or 500 miles, maybe more, maybe more on a gallon of water. Now, the problem is um, it would um, it would convert the water into hydrogen, into gas. Hydrogen is a very, very, very unstable substance. You know, that's why we had the Big Bang. But highly flammable and yeah, very, 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 yeah, it is. Now, the car industry said they would never do it because it's too dangerous, because it's a gas. You had to do it with gas powered. I think with a bit of research they could kind of dilute it a bit, you know. But I do know even guys in their garage managed to come up with kind of offshoots of that. And then you hear stories saying that, you know, some big car industry came in and bought all the rights and then, you know, buried it somewhere in that vault. You'll always hear stories from time to time. But I think the greatest loss, and this is for real, for 100%, was the tech that Ford came up with during the Second World War. There was a shortage of steel, obviously, because of the war effort. And they were using hemp to build ropes for destroyers and, you know, stuff like that. But he actually used hemp to form a kind of composite material to build the cars with. Really high tech. I think 4 times stronger than steel. You could bash this with a hammer and then it would pop out. Zero rust. This thing was absolutely a century ahead of its time. But I think it went to Congress and they stopped it because they said, you know, it's drugs. You'd just be smoking that stuff. But it was really, I think, to protect the steel industry. That would have been a game changer. Yeah. Yeah, it got banned. Did you see that car? That was awesome. But, you know, with today's car industry, I don't think it would be viable, Jonathan. You know, the amount of land coverage you would need growing that stuff to produce what you need, it might not be viable. But it will have to be done at some stage, because that's something that's renewable, whereas the stuff we're using, it's not renewable. Eventually, yeah. Eventually. Imagine going through customs with that. Have you got any illegal substance? Oh, hang on, your car. What are you going to do? Smoke your car? I think they should allow it, yeah. It would be very, very easy to genetically modify, guys, that plant so it doesn't have any of that THC substance. Be very, very easy to modify that plant. But, you know, it was just protecting the steel industry, basically, which is pretty short-sighted. Sure, I would feel for the workers in the steel industry, but it would create workers just as much. Maybe it wouldn't help those guys, unfortunately, but it would probably help twice as, you know, create maybe twice as much jobs. But it's never easy when a new tech comes in, you know. Reminds me of the Industrial Revolution and how it hit Holland at the time. Yeah, yeah. But if there was a system where, you know, companies were pushing forward for better stuff, you know, obviously with profit in mind as well, but not exactly prioritizing it. You know, if the priority was to make better stuff and push forward, we'd be in a better position today, you know. The only reason that the battery tech has pushed like this so far is, you know, the profiteering and the scamming that the phone companies have been doing, you know, selling iPhones for $1,000 and, you know, $1,200. You know, we know they're probably getting manufactured for maybe $60-70. It's absolutely ridiculous, you know. And most of the stuff that we've been buying, you know, that would be $500, $600, $700. You know, they've been really called out on that. You know, they're getting them manufactured elsewhere, and they're just putting their logos on them. But it's obvious they were doing that. I've been saying that for years, you know. and then selling them off as their own stuff. I do know that some of the luxury brand companies have responded to this, saying that, oh, no, this is all of our stuff, and they'll show these pair of hands, I think, making something. But that's not good enough. What they need to do is do a short video and walk us around the factory where the workers are, which we know they don't have. They're getting it all imported in. And all they're doing is sticking badges on it. It's like Yakko. If I bought, let's say if I was selling backpacks, and I said they were like a Croc original, that I literally made them myself, and I was charging $1,000 each, and then I put a Croc symbol on it. And I say, oh well, this is costing me at least $700 to make, But I was actually getting them for $10 from China. And then I was just sticking a label on them with my name and selling them off. Yeah. Show the factories. Show us around the factories. Yeah. Or some people go on social media or something and say, yeah, we're working there. This is where we are. I'm sure they've got some little thing going, maybe for 4 or 5% of certain things. But I know whatever factories they have are just geared up for just a kind of an end product and just to put a few little tags on it. They're probably stitching in the inside label, and they're probably putting the badge on the outside. Because if they are made in China, which I'm almost convinced they are now, I've always thought so, I don't think, that it would be right that they would put their tag on the inside, so they'd leave that to them. They were just asked to make the bags, so it's not illegal, and to ship them over. What the company does on the other side with them is their business, really. Yeah, they should show the factories. Now, let me just get something to drink again. But it's across the board with most stuff. It's the same with Xbox and their Xboxes. Even if they do assemble them. Well, they don't assemble them everywhere, don't they? But the parts from that come from all over the place. And I hate it when Microsoft say, oh, well, the reason that we're charging you so much for your games and we're pretty toxic is, oh, we're selling you that box. They'll love this word, at a subsidy. Which means that, we're buying it for $500, but it's probably costing them about $600 or $700 to make. That's BS. That never, in a lifetime, would cost that to make. No way. I can't see that, to be honest. And, yeah, there we go. They're probably getting most of it and just putting a few items on it. And I'd love to know really what it is costing them. Never been, yeah. No, they tend to keep their industrial complexes, far out from their kind of urban living spaces, which I think is quite nice. They've always been, from the 70s, yeah, it was kind of late 70s, early 80s, they really kind of kicked into production, didn't they? Yeah. They had a massive pollution problem, when they were starting off, and now they've become very, very conscious of that. I've seen some of the stuff they've done to literally take the carbon and junk from the air. But now they tend to build a good bit out, from there, which I think is good. But I think gone are the days of, what we used to see in the UK, where, you'd have a smoke belching factory, just a few hundred meters from, a whole street. I think that time is gone. But yeah, I think people are pretty sick of, being held hostage now by everyone, really. From the food industry to the car industry to the insurance industry. Well, basically every corporation, are always. It's pretty much like that in the game industry, where their sole purpose in life is to squeeze as much as they possibly can from everyone. And this, my friends, this is the nature of capitalism that's out of control. You know, capitalism is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-capitalist. You know, you need that for a functioning society. But there has to be some kind of balance, guys. You know, if you go 100%, you know, down that road, that's kind of silly. You know, the same way with socialism. You know, a certain amount of capitalism and socialism, you know, together would be a nice mix. But yeah, I'm sure it will get worse before it gets better. Well, either way, there's not much we can do about it. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, I suppose. But within the next 50 years, you will see the whole of society, you know, undergo a massive transformation. I don't know how it's gonna happen, but, you know, it can't go on like this. Populations are, you know, getting larger and larger. Our resources are getting scarcer and scarcer. Especially the so-called rare minerals. And now, for some reason, they want to start pushing on technology again, which has been laying idle for what? Out from some phones here and there. For what? 4 decades? But was it me and you, Yako, we were talking about, or maybe it was Gazoo, we were talking about the AI thing. This was about 6 months or a year ago. And then someone was saying, oh, you know, the AI is going to do great things, you know, very shortly, blah, 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 and all this money that was getting, what, 500 billion was poured into it. And I remember they're saying they're going to plow another 500 billion more. And they were kind of milking investors and bringing them in. And I said, I don't think so. I said, I think the microchip it's basically maxed for what it's going to give us. The likes of, let's say, you know, to a lesser extent, the chips that Nvidia would make, let's say, for PCs and that. Every time they come out with a new model, which is ridiculously more expensive than the last, and there's no real difference, except it might have more cores, and maybe a little bit more optimal kind of design, to maybe get an extra couple of percent out of it. So the way it is now, well, and then is the only way they're making progress is to double down on something, you know, more and more chips and more cores, you know, the same technology, just more of it, which eventually, you know, gets to a stalemate, you know. You're going nowhere with that. And that's the only way that, you know, you're going to really push on this is you need something different. You know, something different from the microchip that would make the microchip look like the transistor did to the microchip, you know, that kind of thing. Or some other way around it. And apparently, yeah, the Chinese found another way around it. They used a much cheaper system with certain algorithms and kind of learning tools, and they came up with that DeepSeek or something, yeah, which performs just as well as the other one that all the money was running into, or maybe even a little better. And they gave it for free, and I think it only cost millions instead of billions, close to $1 trillion, wasn't it? But to be honest, I don't think that the guys that were plowing all that money in were stupid. No, you don't have that kind of money by being stupid. I think they knew they could do it that way. But I think the way they were doing it, they were making a lot of money. You know, they were basically doing like a kind of a pyramid scheme. They were getting investors in on that. I said lots of people lost their shirt on that one. That AI scam. But I don't know why people are praising it on. You know, I know it sounds good, but the second that they have a decent AI system, you know, what do you think they're going to do with it? Well, it's going to be the AI that will be running the factories and all of the jobs, and everyone will be unemployed. You know? Yeah. Absolutely. But it never ceases to amaze me to see how people would cheer on something that would quite obviously be their demise, you know? Okay, it might be kind of, you know, nice to see, you know, more tech, or it would make your life easier. Of course it would. But it would also take your job, and with no job you're not going to be buying that tech. You're going to be living in a box under a bridge somewhere, or at the back of your car. But this is an old story. You know, this happened during the Industrial Revolution as well. You know. Okay, let's go. So I'll have a quick look around here, and then we'll see if we can grab one of these quests. Let's see if I can get them out before the season, but I think they'll carry on to the next season anyway. What are we looking for? Yeah, we gotta wait for another season anyway to get more guys in. That will be our top priority then. Okay, we could do with a good bit of food. And that we have plenty of. I was thinking about heading back to that mine and hitting it again, you know, that if we run out of things to do. Because, yeah, well, we definitely need a couple of woodworkers and another water carrier. And it takes 2 seasons, I think, for the crops in this, so I'm playing on 30 days a season. Maybe I'll have to drop that down a bit. But your character gets older every season on these as well. And I'll be forced to doing something else than, you know, having a family in this, and it will take up too much time. And carrying on as your son, that kind of stuff. Now, let me see. Yeah, well, that's our wheat and stuff. Well, to be honest, we're kind of okay with food. The flax is the thing we need for crafting material. That's the one I'm kind of sorry for planting these carrots, because they take ages. And then again, it's just a food thing. You know, all you'd need is the rye, to be honest, and a couple of woodworkers, and we just keep shoveling gruel into these guys. That should be good. Now, this is not a permanent spot for this field, but I did want to get it planted before the season ends. But we'll need that for animal feed. That's going to be a biggie. Now, this is horrible land here, impossible to build on, but ideal for our fields. I was thinking about, you know, not going any further than this, but we could manage a few more buildings here reasonably enough. But we'll soon be in trouble, guys. I'll move all of my kind of fuel production out here. Now, we've got some room here and here. But remember, we need 25 houses and God knows how many buildings. And we're nowhere near that. That's why I've stopped it here on that. Now these will be removed eventually, and I'll find a decent spot. What I want here, and this would be an ideal spot, you know, where I have my little house. I think I'll sacrifice it. This would be ideal for a tavern in here beneath the trees. Perfect, I think, for a little tavern. And then maybe I might go with the market stalls here. So we'd have a tavern and a little market centre here. We could go with some ordinary housing along here maybe. But we will need 3 of those. That's level 2. When it's level 3. We need 3 of them in here, at least. So I'm going to have to find a way to kind of spread them out, but yet, you know. I suppose I could, well, I want to keep that open here. I might go with the chicken and goose spot in here, and we've got some nice berries there. This fence is only temporary. Once I unlock something better. So I was really seriously thinking about, you know, putting in see, problem keeping in line with this. You can rotate the houses, which is wonderful, right? But the problem is, you cannot rotate the fuels, and this has been my big problem. No, you can build anywhere, Yakko. Anywhere. Not preset. I mean anywhere. Well, not too close to a town. There's red areas you can't build in. But the fields cannot be, you know, they'll just drop where they drop. And this is the kind of direction they'll go. So I based my whole village to keep in line with the fields. Or else if I based my village on a road, these would look like triangles. Horrible. So that's why I've done it this way. Now, problem with this is, you see when I'm keeping in line, you see how it's cutting out to the road? But I'd rather have it this way than the other way. But it will give me some free spots anyway. I'll be able to go a little bit, I suppose. There'll be walls and stuff I'll be bringing in later. It's still a lot of work to do. But anything I have in place now, it's okay, except those have to be moved. And I'm not so sure about that. I can always move that later. And I need to kind of spread out my houses, but I think that was the way to go with these. You know, the 2 barns and then the houses. As many houses as possible here on the nice kind of building land. It just would look horrible, you know. If I went by the road, once I lined these fields up, they would look like off diamond shapes. So I thought it was very, very, very important. You see what I mean? That looks just perfect, you know. Especially with the roadway as we're coming in here. Which you can put down your own roadways as well. Now, ideally you'd like to go from the road, wouldn't you? You know, keeping about maybe 4 meters out from the road and working back, which, you know, even at an angle, it wouldn't look bad. You know, once you're here from the road, you're kind of coming straight back. Look, at an angle. Which would look okay. Until you follow this, and then you start to put your fields in, and the fields don't rotate. So now that the fields don't rotate, now you're in trouble. So what would happen is, you'd have a house that's kind of going, instead of this way, which it should be, to line up with the fields, you have a house that's going that way. Or actually, yeah, a house that's going that way. So now when you're looking at the fields, instead of being straight like that, they're kind of sideways like that, and that would be horrible. Now, the way to combat that would be, you'd have to go to a huge area and just literally build in the stuff yourself. But then you'd have to do without this kind of scenery here. But anyway, it looks more natural. The last thing you want to do is a kind of grid. You know, even though it is kind of gritty. But once I get some walls and stuff in here, I don't mind the odd shapes. I'll put down, you know, junk and stuff, and you know, maybe a little pig farm, that kind of stuff. That will look pretty decent. But I've got to be careful when I build stuff, because once I scrap it, I only get half the materials back, and it's an awful pain. Yeah, it's natural, but I still keep my kind of grid section back here, and everything in line. You know, even medieval towns had, you know, a decent, a half decent layout. You know, especially when, you know, it hit the 16th century. And I kind of understood that you can't just build anywhere. It causes problems. Now, let's save this one. But they're fairly self-sufficient. What the 46? Actually, we have a save there. Yeah, we have a save. Right. Yeah, let's make sure we got everything out of the way. Hang on, we got one more. So, we'll go find a quest, guys. Or else we'll go get some materials. Now, what we might do later if we have the time, I want to move this. And I want to find a decent spot for it. I can't really... You know, I don't want to get all the production all in one area, but the way I've been kind of forced to do it so far, which I suppose is not too bad. But I would like to vary this up a bit. You know, roughly keeping in line with that house, and you know, maybe making a few houses. You know, maybe coming down here. I could maybe push back a bit. But once we finish a certain line here, let me see. And this is how I've been doing it here. Well, this is for making crop fields, but you know, I can tell, you know, how a certain line is going. You see how it's pulling out here? See what I mean? Now, you could do that to about there. I'd keep the trees as much as I could, obviously. Can't get rid of the trees. And then you could go and then bring it down here. And that's when this place here then would really open up. Because if we keep a decent amount of room on each side, we could almost make it like a large street coming down here. If you know what I mean. And then when we're pushing back here, we'll have our other various buildings and maybe some small plots and stuff like that. But it's vital we keep the maximum amount of these trees. Only if I'm really under pressure will I remove one of these trees. I've only had to remove 2 so far to get this done. Yeah. Okay. Right, let's see what the quests are then, guys. Looking for a quest. Oh, hang on, we should be able to find them from here, wouldn't we? Ah, come on, there it is. Yeah, there's one there, guys, you see it? Yeah, right there. Right, let's go to this quest. This brings us, does it bring us up to one of our mines? It does, you see it up there? Yeah, okay. We'll head towards the mine. And then we'll come down here. Right, let's go. Where is this anyway? Oh my god, it's a long way away. We're going across Wolf Country as well. Oh, we've got our bow. We have. We're not too bad. We've got our bow. We'll try and collect some materials as well. But my biggest concern is the 3 of these we need in. Like I've got one of the food barns in here. And I don't have to be too picky and choosy with that, but I want to spread them out a bit. One of the food storages here, but that's only level 1. We'll get the tech to upgrade it eventually. I don't want to go the same here because this is too visual from there. But this would be a nice spot maybe for a pig farm here. It's definitely big enough. Or maybe a pig farm, maybe 2 of them. Maybe we might hold a fowl down here as well. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah. So when you're coming in, the last thing I need is another building here like this. I don't mind here; it blends. Now, I'm eventually moving the crops out of here, and I'm thinking about all orchards here. This would be, I don't know how big the trees are. I know it might take a good few seasons for them to grow. But you got the apples that give 4 food, 3 water, and the pears that give 3 of each. I'm not sure of the yield. But conceivably, you could cut a lot of the food production out, if not all of it, just with the orchards alone. Which definitely would be nice. So if these were orchards, and then we'd concentrate our food up here. And it doesn't matter how far the barns are away. I've noticed with these guys, they don't actually walk to the barns. The stuff that they need will just magically appear on them as long as you've got it stored. And it's the same when they're crafting and making stuff, it gets delivered there. So it's just a layout thing, isn't it? Right, I'll tell you what we'll do, guys. We'll wait till morning. Yeah, we can't set off at night. Is there anything we can do here? I think I've cleaned the mine out. Yeah, I can. And I can order them when I get some farmers in too. There's a management here on this. You see this? And from here I can do all the ordering, what I want to do, how I want it to grow. Yeah. See where it says change plant type. And then the guys that I don't have any hired yet, will do all that for me. You know what I mean? But yeah, I've been getting used to it. But it's just I don't want to rush into that at this time. I think it's possible, and it's better to run everything from fruit, if you could. And it's just a matter, I don't know the yields from them, to be honest. Oh, this is, yeah, I'd take my time with this, But if you like micromanaging, this is the biggest micromanaging game ever. But once you've got everything set up, it's self-sustaining after that. If you've got the right people in the right place and you've organized it properly, you can just walk away and it'll just feed itself. The only problem you might have then is, production stopping because all of your storage is full. But it wouldn't be a problem, just you could walk away. Sell the access if you want to or not. The access. Oh, but it would be a problem. There is things you'll have to do. Even if you get your blacksmith to make you tools, you'll have to deliver them to their stations, but that's it. Miners need pickaxes, lumberjacks need axes, hunters and fishermen need daggers. Those you'll have to transfer to their chests, but the chests would hold a lot, so max out their chests and yeah, in real time they'd probably use them in real time. Even if you're playing this 6 hours a day, it would probably take months in real time just to get rid of them. Oh, this has a ton of micromanagement, especially in the beginning. But once you set it up, you know what I mean? It pretty much runs itself. I haven't even really kind of looked into it that much. Even from here, who you want in here. But apparently you can put 4. What happens when they have kids? I think the kids would automatically, yeah. But I think it's only 2. I think that's from the kids. I think when they have kids. Oh yeah, you can only put 2, I think, in a house. And it's got to be a man and a woman. And if there's no more than 10 years in the difference, they'll have a family. Of course, they'll be eating your food, and then you can, when the kids get to a certain age, you can assign them as apprentices. So when it's time for them to work, they'll have some good stats. But pretty much the guys you hire in the beginning have, you know, the max I've seen is about 3 out of 10. You know. But this is a game for kind of long-term kind of strategy thing as well. Of Total War, is it? Oh. No, I don't think I've played that one. But I've never seen so much interaction with villages. I think it's nice in these kind of survival games to have this kind of thing. It's not so lonely. Beautiful on Valheim, but, you know, with no NPCs, you know, it gets a bit old after a while. Now, yeah, let's sleep till morning, guys. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, you can manage that in Total War too. Nice. But here you can eventually get married and have a family. And then when you retire, you can play as your son, or if you die. Yeah, if you die. Now, in this, your villagers can't be killed by bandits or wild animals, but they can die of old age. You know, there's no big fanfare. They just disappear from the village. But from what I know, it's when they become 60. I think every season they have a good chance of kind of snuffing it. The only way you'll ever find out is just look at your population count. But that's a long time away from me. Not so direct. Ah. So, okay. We've got a good few days left in this season. And the days I have are pretty long. So, I don't want to run across in a night. So what are we going over for? Yeah, okay. We'll sleep till morning, guys. Yeah, we'll sleep till morning and then we'll head off. But I'm waiting for the new season to come in to hire some workers. By rights I should be mining, but it's too boring. I'll probably do a little bit on it later. But it's a great way to get up production, and I still have some upgrades to do. Now, when I've finished this, I'll have everything except 2 achievements. Those ones are stuck on the original map. We're on the kind of free roam map, Oxbow. But the original map is the valley, where instead of being able to build everything you wanted this time, you have to follow the story to unlock buildings. And there's more of a story that you keep going into. That I'll play in the very near future. I'm really looking forward to that. This is just doing these quests and that kind of stuff, you know. But it's basically the same as this. I'm not sure if the map is the same size. But it'll be different villages, different towns, and way more interaction in the story. I think this was kind of set up for people who already did that and knew the story and that. But I wanted to get straight into the building. And I think it's better I kind of understand the game before I get into the story mode. Now, what do we like for food? It doesn't really matter. We're going to the shed anyway. Right, let's go. But you can see this from above. Yeah, there you can see it there, yeah, cool. You can see the kind of symmetry on that. Now you understand where the road goes, and you know, but it's perfectly centered, all right. They've done that part correctly. So there you go. Yeah. Not as hard as you might think. You know, you can use the existing fields as a kind of marker. I was looking for something I could use as a marker, and the fields are pretty good. The downside is you wouldn't be able to remove any plants from the ground. You know, but if you put it out one kind of edge system, you'd kind of work it. Although the roads, although it's not too bad, you can start from the middle and kind of pull down on the roads. But not as hard as you might think. Once you know what you want, you know. And I have changed it a couple of times, a house here and there. Now, yeah. But this I can destroy this straight away. I'll just lose my, and I don't think I'll lose. I'll get half my crop back because I've got, you know, if I change my mind. But I need the oats to make the animal feed. It's only when I have, you know, a sustainable amount of animal feed with workers, I'll bring them in, because I don't want to be running around every 5 seconds trying to buy the feed, you know. So that's what I'm doing that. But without the farming, I think you would be able to supply 50 settlers, although you'd have to do a ton of setting and micromanagement to get them to be able to survive on their own without you doing something. So let's say if you want to feed gruel to them, you got to make sure there's enough of that. So you'd set that, make sure you have enough workers. The plants, let's say, that would be grown, you'd have to work out how many days, you know, it would take for the new crop, and you'd work that one out. Then they'd need wooden bowls, so for that you'd need enough woodcrafters doing that. Then you'd need enough lumberjacks supplying the lumber, and you know, converting that to planks, and then the woodcrafters, you know, converting that to bowls. There's a ton of micromanagement, but it can be done with enough workers. Like these guys are pretty much self-sufficient now. Yeah, there's enough food and water coming in. The water's just barely there. The water is kind of iffy because it's just barely meeting demand. It's about a 1/4% over, I'd say. So sometimes at night it says it's lacking resources, but it's not. It just makes a little bit more, and then by the morning it just, you know, takes its resources from the storage and then sets again. So you'd want to be making about maybe a good 10% more for that to stop showing up. It is, yeah. You kidding me? What do you think, guys? Let's see. Yeah, this kind of Eastern European thing. They've got another one there that sounds almost Anglo-Saxon. You know what, guys? There's an achievement I'd like to get out in this, but I doubt I'll be able to do it now. But let's see. Yeah, these guys are gonna hurt me. There's a stupid achievement where I've gotta have 4 spears sticking on these guys. I tried it once, but I could only get 2 to stick. Oh, he's going down, isn't he? Took a lot of damage from that guy, to be honest. Oh, he's dead. God, he took a few arrows, didn't he? There was 2 of them, wasn't there? Well, the other guy has scampered off. No, I didn't even want to mess about with him. I wanna save that guy for when I'm going for my achievement, to be honest. Right. Let me see. There it is there. That's where we woke up. Yeah, we'll avoid him and get straight there. Just wanted to see could I eventually kill him with a bow, but yeah, it can be done if we get into hassle. Yeah, they do. They don't spawn in more than 75 meters or 50 meters from a town. But sometimes, if you're close enough, they'll follow you right into town. Yeah, because I'm inside of that. But they'll run over it, yeah, sometimes. So if you get too close to those guys, it all depends. You could draw them in a bit, but you wouldn't be able to take the hits, you know. You can forget about the settlers helping you out. No, it's the town outskirts. Yeah. A good way to lose them sometimes is to cross a river, but that can backfire pretty quick, especially with the smaller animals. But it's kind of Oblivion in a sense. If you manage to get up on a rock or a rock face, they'll linger around a little too much, and you can pick them off with a ranged weapon. They're kind of dumbish like Oblivion. Well, maybe not as bad as Oblivion, but, you know, not as good as Skyrim. Oh, hi, Corin. And thanks for the raid, appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? Now, let's go do this quest, guys. Yeah, we've cleaned up all the season's quests, and we're back in spring. I've got 6 guys in here already, and I've got them all running everything, and they're sufficient. Just about dealing with their needs. So, I only picked 6 because I wanted them, you know, certain skills and a certain age. So season will be in, and shortly I'll be, you know, cutting down the seasons to maybe 10 or 15 days instead of the max, you know, once I get a little bit more organized. So how have you been, Corin? And now we're off to do this quest. Yeah, I just needed a long seasons to get things organized. Hungry and tired. Oh. Now we're heading to pick this up, and we're stopping off at the mine as well. I already harvested my rye and got that in. And what did I replant on those? Flax, yeah. Those carrots are a waste of time. Yeah. Now I've moved a temporary crop of oats on here, so I'll get my feed in later. But it's just a few hunters, kitchen, well, 2 hunters, and a woodcrafter. But I need some more. 5 or 6, I think I have. 8 hours, my, was fun, nice. So, what were you playing? Are you still on Baldur's Gate, Corin, or did you move to something else? Right, let's go. We want to avoid those bears. We don't want any bear hassle. I want to keep them there. I want to get my achievement off those two guys later if I can. But I think for that I'd probably need a suit of armor. I had a decent opportunity in the cave one time. What's that? Nah, that's just a cat. We're okay. Yeah, we don't really need to kill anything, to be honest. I'll do that one later. Yeah, they're okay. Already killed badgers, not that a biggie. Oh, we're eventually carrying a bow. I still haven't done enough farming to really make some decent ones, but I have some I found and loot and that, and I'm using a longbow. Right, let's get out of here. Got more, check out that quest. Took a little break from Baldur's Gate. Wanted to try a game I've never played before. Nice! So we're doing that now. Second time you played it. Nice! Boars. I've already killed boars, guys. I'm not interested. No, we're here for the quest. Anyway, this guy is still walking around with clothing on him. So I think our kind of mid thing would be a heavy padded armor. I would say, what is that, guys? What is that? Looks like a fox. Here. Let's see if we improved with this a little bit. Ah, he's moving. Nah, that's a pity. Yeah, I still might be able to get him, guys, if we're lucky. Oh, that was a good shot, wasn't it? That was a decent shot. That was a decent shot. There we go. Even got our arrow back. Yeah, we're getting into this bow thing. Having a blast so far. Nice. Right, we're almost here, guys. No, we're not. Yeah, this is a nasty spot. Yeah, I still prefer the old axe, to be honest. But I just want to work on the hunting a bit, you know. I want to get up that new hunting lodge. No, I don't think so, Corin. I don't think I've heard of that. I don't think so. Yeah, I prefer to run with the axe. There. I don't even know what a rhythm game is, to be honest. time for that. I didn't bring a spear or a pike anyway. But we should be doing a bit of fishing. Oh, there's another fox. I don't know what that is. Is it a fox? What is that? Oh, it's a lynx. Hmm. Yeah, the hunting is kind of fun. There's no real drop on the arrow. But it is still a little shaky. And I'm doing this for to kind of pump up my hunting skills. Which they really need to be pumped up. Okay, requires knife. Ah. Oh, hang on, there's another guy there. Yeah, no need to put all of your skills into sneaking. Ah, come on, that was stupid. That was my fault. Yeah, that was my fault. I rushed the shot. Now let's make that knife. Actually, let's make 2 knives. Because I'm sick of running out of knives. There. There, it should do. Yeah, you can recover arrows. But to be honest, you get plenty of feathers, they're not a big thing. And I don't need the meat, trust me, I don't need the meat. But I wanted to kind of pump up my hunting skills as well a bit. Not for the character, but mostly for building, you know, to get the upgrades. And to unlock new buildings, but I think I've unlocked them all. But it's just the upgrades. And some of them are still in sticks, especially the fishing hut. Although I think the lodge and the fishing hut are only level 2, so they'll always be in wood. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they'll always be level 2s. Now we're heading to our little storage facility overlooking the mine and the town. Something that I'll remove eventually when I get more organised. It's pointless building the mine up here when there's nobody. You know, it's going to be ages before I can get anyone out. Kidding me. You little... Yeah, little... Oh, you stop rolling. Oh, I got him. I got him. Where's the other idiot? Around there somewhere. Yeah, there was 3. Usually I can get all 3. Do they? Yeah? Ah, they're easy enough to make. And I've been storing all the feathers from the start. I've got tons of them. But when you draw back in the bow, if you're not quick enough, you'll lose your stamina. You're better off to line up the shot beforehand. But yeah, arrows are not a big thing. Just need decent bows though. That's something where I can almost one-shot kill everything. That would be nice, especially the bears. They're horrible. Yeah, it's still the old guys here, isn't it? Yeah, these guys are all Dalton. Yeah, 30 years of age. No good. Yeah, even older than I am. Nope. Right, where is my, there. Okay, we'll pick up the quest anyway. The quest is down here, isn't it? Yeah, it's the quest I want. We've done... Oh, excuse me, we've done one here already, so let's see where this one is. There it is, I see it. It's Herm. Whoever Herm is.
Our mine is a precious place.
And Herm is in his house, he is. Right, let's save this in case it's something stupid. Okay, Herm.
How do you do?
Is everything alright? You look really pale. Nothing is alright. My wife is terribly sick. A week that I cannot leave her side. Get her the medicine, I don't know what to do. Okay. Relax, tell me what you need. She's burning with a fever I've never seen before. She's so hot as almost blah blah blah. Relax, shoot this blah 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 blah. Okay, that's really serious. We need to bring her temperature down. I know, but I'm afraid to leave her alone. Could you help me get the medicine, please? I can do anything. Of course, I'll help you. What do you need? Please, I know exactly what will cure my family has been using a special cure made out of badgers. Lard for generations. It's good for almost anything. I'm sure we're going to blah blah blah. Badger lard, are you sure? That's a really good thing. Okay. Okay. No, the man's charlatan. I don't want to have anything to do with my dear own, okay. I think she'll die, guys. Yeah, I want to be careful here. No, this man is a charlatan. I don't want him to have anything to do with dear Rona, please. The lard is the only way to help her. No, she's dead if I don't help her. If it ends, I'm gonna make... Okay, I'll lie. I won't involve Sedwin. Yeah, she's gonna die. Okay, we'll do it that way. I need a badger for you, some lard. Yeah, she's as good as dead if I don't do this. I wonder will this backfire on me. You remember that guy that we met at the river? He wanted some food, and we told him no. Well then when we came back... Well, I think she'll die, Yako, to be honest. There was a guy at the river anyway, wanted some food, so we said no, that he was messing about. But he stayed there and the idiot ate some berries and died. But I think this is where, does it really matter if she dies? You know, it's just a game. But I get the feeling she's gonna die. Okay, we'll try the other way. But I have a feeling that, you know, this guy wants to do some witch doctor stuff. It is, yeah. It's like if somebody was doing something stupid that would cost them their life, and maybe you had to tell a lie so they wouldn't do that stupid thing. I suppose it's justified. But I have a feeling she's as good as dead. I found from that one that they give you a kind of... There's a chance of people in the game dying. Not that it makes a difference. You know. But I think in this... Yeah. But we'll do it his way. If we can get it quick, and then we'll see if she'll die. But this is something where we won't come back for ages and probably find she's dead. Okay. Okay, that's the wrong load. There it is, that one there. Not exactly false hope. False hope would be, to get someone thinking about something they never have, or impossible or unlikely to get. It's like if someone told me to get, to get bleach from someone, some caustic bleach, and they were convinced that drinking that bleach would, cure the illness. I would know that obviously, or even cyanide, that it would magically cure them. And they said, get me a bottle of bleach, and I said I would, but I'd switch it, for something else, and then tell them that was bleach, that kind of stuff. Although that's a bit extreme, of an explanation. Okay, we'll do it his way.
How can I help you?
Of course I'll help you what you need. There it is. Now, let's get some badger lard. Oh yeah, there was a lot of superstition and stuff, although there was some of the remedies that weren't actually bad. Especially the Vikings, they would use cowpea for an antibacterial for healing wounds. They would boil it, and there was a horrible smelly froth that would come off. But it had a bacterium that would, be kind of beneficial to healing wounds, to stop infection. Like moss, certain types of moss and stuff. Well, more refined versions, But if you think about the moss thing they used to use, as poultices and stuff, yeah? And that was probably trial and error through many generations. It wasn't that far off with penicillin too, with the discovery of that, the moss mold, just, a more modern version and a more, kind of exacting. Yeah, garlic is pretty good for blood circulation. I do know the Romans would, on long marches, the soldiers would chop that into tiny fine pieces, and they would spread it in their sandals, and as they're walking they'd be crushing it, and it would be going through their feet, helping their circulation as they walked. Of course they had smelly feet, but yeah. Hi Dumpster. It's been used for many things. Honey has been pretty good as well, and maybe not so much in European culture, or let's say it wouldn't have been available, but coconut is very good antibacterial as well. But I remember a friend of mine had this kind of, it was like a kind of an acne thing. We were quite young, and he would break out, but he was to the GP and the doc and the pharmacy, and he was out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds with creams and lotions and stuff, and it would never go away. Oh hi, pretty good, and you? I hope you've been well also. And I was saying there used to be an old remedy where, if you used the cold pressed coconut oil, but it can't be the junk that they're using now, that kind of virgin olive oil, the organic stuff. But he used that for like 4 days, and it went away 100%. He couldn't believe it. But anytime he gets an outbreak now, he gets one about every 8 or 9 months. I don't know, it's some kind of skin disorder. I know it's a bit greasy and that, but if he puts it on going to bed and does that for 3 or 4 days, maybe twice a year, and he's good, you know. So on some things it works, and trust me, this guy tried some serious stuff, you know, from the pharmacies and even from his GP. So that succeeded where, you know, modern medicine didn't. Some of them have merit, all right, absolutely. Some of them definitely have merit. Okay. Let's mark that quest, guys, because optional. Go. Yeah, we might go to that guy. Hunt the badgers, and let's go to Sedowin. Badger Lard X-ray. Bring the medicine back to her. But we'll see. We still have the optional, even though we didn't say anything about it. In World War II. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been kind of, yeah. It is, yeah. And I do know, let's say, during the 17th century, and maybe even the very 18th century, that sugar and water, you know, would have been a thing as well. You know, back then when there was muskets and that, the wounds would have been horrible. And it was quite easy to go into shock and die from shock. But they would use sugared water as a kind of blood pressure stabilizer as well. Yeah. Sugar, yep, that was the one. And then basically, you know, when the Europeans start moving out into the jungles and that, you know, they were dying left, right and centre from malaria. They had zero resistance to it. Until they came up with that quinine, isn't it? That bark from some tree. That gave them a pretty much half-decent protection. But they were literally dropping off like flies. Of course, that was bad news for everyone else. You know, that's when colonialism really, really took off. It was the only thing that was stopping them, you know? Yeah. I tried that just to see how it works. That it has to be cold pressed virgin coconut oil. Yeah, try that. If it's really bad. Oh, hi Randy, and how are you? But it might have been eczema that this guy had as well. It was a long time ago. But it would be like dry and scaly and kind of like spotty. Might have been eczema, yeah. So, this guy is, okay, where's the option on this? So will we just give the guy the badger thing? So, what have you been up to, Randy? But that's going to be a long run, guys, to this. How do we get into this again? Yeah, that's that one. He's... okay, we'll go and we'll see him. Yeah, we'll see him. So, this guy wants to do a voodoo thing, Randy. His wife is sick and he wants badger lard. But there's a physician here. We have a save anyway. Yeah, there would be some exceptions, yeah. Oh, that's good to hear that you're okay. Very long week, oh my. It does, of course it does. the so-called herd immunity. It's how we got here, survival of the fittest, and that. You know, there's stuff that we've been through, and obviously then we change and we adapt. It's how we got here, you know, natural selection and survival of the fittest, which is it's not a bad thing, but if you were to if you were to rely on that 100%, imagine, let's say, there's a disease that comes out that has, a 99% mortality rate, and you had no protection. Well, then all of the human race would be in, a lot of trouble. Thank goodness, the really bad ones kill quickly. The likes of Ebola, to name but one. You're talking about, maybe 24-hour symptoms would occur in maybe 6, and definitely, no matter how strong you are, you're dead in 2 days. It only seems to be happening in kind of remote regions. But if that thing is not kept in check, and if it ever mutates where it could stay hidden for a couple of months, we're pretty much finished. Because if you contracted that disease and it didn't show any symptoms for 2 months, like, that could spread worldwide, and then we're in some deep doo-doo on that one. That's a horrible way to go. But all it would take is just one little mutation. That's all we are, There are. I think there's a less than 1% chance. But usually they get very sick. Yeah. We are. Everything is mutations. That's what life was built on. If there was no such thing as mutation, we'd still be some kind of bacteria floating around in some, primeval ooze. Got a migraine. Oh. Yeah. Maybe an ice pack or something. Yeah. That's horrible. No problem. And thanks for raiding and stopping in, Corin. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend, Corin. Take care and stay safe. Bye. And best of luck with that migraine. Horrible. I get a headache from time to time. Usually eye strain. But it's not much, But hopefully your migraine will dissipate and you'll get some peace. Yeah. Right. I hate these complicated quests where now you've got that option. Well, we just get the badger grease. Where are we going to get badger grease anyway? And I suppose both of them are down there. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll save when we go down there, guys. We're trying the badger grease, right? But I get the feeling she'll die later. But yeah, either way we have to get this quest done. Maybe badger grease will do. Oh, you're kidding me, we walked straight into a ton of boars. Horrible, isn't it? That boar is gonna finish me. You little piece of... Lucky I had that potion, wasn't it? Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Oh, we got a little bit of hunting in anyway. Gotta make some potions anyway. Oh, look at this, guys. We got some, I want to get this clay. Let me mark this map. Where is it? Oh, that's cool. We found some clay. It was not too bad. Yeah, what an excuse to make more potions anyway. Right, okay. Let's get ourselves some clay, guys. Remember what happened last time? We needed 700 clay. Clay is not something that's that common on the map, strangely enough. Let's get ourselves some clay. I'll go back. I think I'll make myself an iron axe. Mostly using that for crafting. I'll get the badgers in a moment. That's something we're very, very low on, guys. Clay. We have an excuse now to do some potions. You wouldn't believe how rare this clay is. I was trying everywhere for another clay spot and just stumble on this one. But there's usually a ton of wolves and everything around where they are, but that was worth it. Okay, we need another one. Now, my doggos are trying to push over this ashtray and make a mess. Yeah, let's get the rest of this clay. No. I hate that once you break that shovel, this happens. Yeah? That's it, guys. I think we have all the clay. It was kind of worth it to find that, actually. Another guy there that's gonna kill me. Another guy down there that's gonna kill me. Let's try and make it back to our settlement. Got some stuff to drop off. We'll grab the badgers. There's a ton of badgers junk down there. So let me see. I want to get back there anyway. We should be close enough. There, we just gotta be careful. Now, let's go right down there. Yeah, that's the one. Right, let's see if we can get out of this one alive. This way. We're okay with the foxes. Oh, wolves. Oh, wolves and boars. This was not a good spot, was it? Not a great spot. I don't like moving around at night. A good bit away. But yeah, we'll get this guy his badger fat. Hang on, we might be able to get the badgers on the way down, won't we? Fox, good. No, but there's a ton of badgers on the way down. Let's see where we are. There's badgers there. We can get him in the morning. Yeah, we'll get back home. Oh, I thought I seen something there a moment ago. I wanted to have a crack at one of those ducks as well. Let's see if we can get one of those ducks. Nah. I need to be a better shot than that, I think. Yeah, we'll try that guy. Very hard to see this guy in the dark. No, I don't think we're getting these guys, you know that? Not getting the arrow either. Oh, we are. Oh, the duck is there. Yeah, he was underwater. That's not bad. Yeah, if that's the case, we should be able to get that other guy. Where is he? No, I think I might have missed the other guy. Just one duck, that's all I needed. What the? What's your problem? You serious? What the? Okay, one duck, that's all I needed. I can say I killed a duck. Right. Wank. Yeah, there's an achievement, kill one of every animal, I think. So that will help towards that one. One of the main reasons why I brought my bow. We're gonna make some potions as well. Now there's a nasty bunch of boars down here, and they will follow me across the water, so I want to be careful. And they're horrible. I'll just make sure we don't bump into them. Yeah, that's nice. We've got another load of clay as well. Be nice to stockpile some of that in case we're hit with another one of those stupid challenges. That thing is, you know, you want to be collecting it through the seasons. Okay, down this road apparently. Killed a few bandits as well here. They're the weak ones. But my lack of armor is killing me. So that's why I've been doing the flax crops. I want to do that maybe that lighter, heavy padded armor. Oh, it's not going to be really good to use in the summer, is it? Okay. This controller is killing my left hand. It keeps forcing me to push on this button to run. But doing it with the left hand was insane. You know, every other game I've ever played is on the right, and it's way easier to do. It's giving me wrist cramps. Or else I just move at this speed, you know? Oh yeah, this is it. Can we sneak across? There doesn't seem to be any bears down there. Maybe we can sneak across, guys. Make a run for it, huh? I'm getting a little better with the bow anyway. Yeah, that would be something. No, it's just the way, you know, using the left hand while you're going in one direction and pushing down on the sprint button as well. It's very, very hard on your wrist. What's that? That the bear? Stupid bear. I know, we'll give him a wide berth. Yeah, it's a bear, alright. Let's see if I got the stuff I need now to do the stupid, there, we're home. To do the potions. We can take our time with this quest. It's not a biggie. We'll try the fat thing. Oh, I've always been pretty useless with bows. Eyesight thing. Very, very hard to see in, you know, very hard in the eyes. Especially if your eyes are old. There we go. I'm really looking forward to doing the valley map, you know, with the big story to it. And then let's say, you know, having all of these buildings locked behind doing the quests. That will be interesting. We'll do that in the very near future. Now, get rid of the wooden shovel for a while. And the meat. Oh, the clay biggie. Now, let's see what we need. A ton of food. That's not a problem because we have a ton of food. Yeah, that would do. Well, first of all, anyway, I can max out the health for this for a moment. But we do need a backup, guys. Let's see what we need to make this stupid potions. Oh, hang on. I think I might have some here. I will save as making them for the time being. Night vision, citrus, body, stamina, strength, temperature. No, we don't. We don't have any health potions left. Okay, and let's see how we can figure out this stupid potion thing. I've got tons of vials and everything, but we'll see. We'll get our own herbalist in after a while. She can do that stuff. Or he. Herbalist it is. Oh, there it is. Potion of instant healing. And what's this one? Potion of instant healing 2. Clay, plant, dandelion, bucket of water. Yeah, okay, we'll buy that scheme. So we'll need 2 of those. And we need, let's say, 2 of those. Yeah, the bucket of water. I might put my settlement in jeopardy for a little bit. But I think we have an overflow anyway. I'll go down and check now as well. But there, that will do us for a while. Yeah. Oh, straight away it's deteriorating. How's that? 80%. Unbelievable. Just made this stupid thing. Let's check our stores. I think we're good for water. I think we've been over for a long time, slightly over, so there should be a backlog. Yeah, we have tons. We have tons. And that's the buckets that they've been using from the well. Yeah, there's plenty. And they're starting to kind of cut into the gruel, aren't they? Might have to make some of that later for them. They don't have much of a taste for roasted meat. Oh, it's... No, the condition is 100%, yeah. I might stop the gruel intake in a moment. Yeah, I'll stop for making gruel for a while. I want them to use up that meat. Let me see how I do this again. Yeah, forget about the grill. How do we cancel this again? It's been a while since I've been in this. Oh, there it is. Edit assignments. Yeah, we'll just get her on the roasted meat. Hey, where's the grill? Oh, there it is. There. Now, what we need to do is... Yeah, we need to up the roasted meat now. To 50%. Yeah, okay. We'll up her to 50%. There. That's it. That will do for a while. Yeah, I need to get rid of it, to be honest. Because I haven't been eating it. There, that would do. Yeah, that would do. And we'll still let them eat whatever gruel is left. I don't want it to go off. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, sure. Now, okay, let's go badger hunting. Yeah, that's something I have a massive excess of. Because of the hunting and that. Gotten to the stage where I started roasting it and selling it off. Now, let's go and get that badger lard. Yeah, we might do it his way, to be honest. Map. Badgers. Where did I see the badgers? There. There's a bunch of badgers there. Where's the other guy I seen up here? There he is. Oh, it's gone grey. That means they haven't respawned yet. Yeah, you see that, guys? I didn't know that's how it worked. You see that? It's grey. That's what it must mean. Now we've got them all killed there for the time being. Okay, so we won't touch that one. This is out near the bear, isn't it? We want to be careful here. Ah, there you go. There's a badger there. Stupid bears. Okay, let's save this one. Would you believe we've eaten up 4 hours out of our stream already? But 4 or 5 hours on designing this goes nowhere. Time absolutely flies. I don't know what that is. Is that one of them there? It is, but it's just a lone guy. We can run him down with our axe, but I want to use the bow. Or at least I'm going to try and use the bow. Oh, sugar. Yeah, he'll die off, will he? Okay, doesn't seem to be dying off, guys. Yeah, we'll see if he dies. Yeah, he dies. Okay. Oh, sugar, I need a knife. be honest, I thought I had a ton of knives. But I think we need to buy that lard, do we? No, we don't. It's coming in now because of the quest. Now we need a backup knife. Let me see what we have here. 1 stick. Okay, we need 4 sticks and 2 stones. Or 5, yeah, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, that should be enough. How do we do this again? There it is. That's our backup knife. Now we're good. Okay, we need 2 more badgers. And then we do it his way. With his badger lard. What is that? Another badger. Probably. Okay, we're gonna have to run him down. He's on a run. Okay, that's 2. So 1 more. Yeah, we'll do it his way. So if he wants to take that chance, there's not much we can do. He said the guy was a quack, so we'll see. 1 more badger. Let me see. We got 2. Yeah, just 1 more. I was feeling like picking that, but what's the point? Oh, there he is. God, that badger is tough, isn't he? He's dying, he's dying, he's dying. He's down. That's it. We've got our 3 badger lard. Now, let's see if she croaks after this. Let's go. Where is that guy anyway? No, that's the other 2. That's an optional. Surely we don't have to do all of them. What do you think, guys? Will we do the optional as well? I think we will. You know that. I get the feeling she'll croak. And we're not that far away. Yeah, we're not that far away. Right, let's go. Ah, that stupid bear. Na 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 na. There we go. Yeah, the crops are a little slow in this game. Like, that's 1 season in, so I think most of the crops would take 2 seasons. Bit much. You know, if you had a big population, you know, relying on crops would be a bit of an iffy. Yeah. Yeah, we can dump this junk while we're here. You see, man, about the meat? Meat is not a massive problem. Yeah, I would recommend it, Yako. It's pretty good. And if you're into micromanagement of a settlement, yeah, this is the one. There we go. Okay, we could do it some more. There. I don't think we have anything to sell, so there's no point. So, okay, let's go. I think so, yeah. It might be a bit slow like all of them, but it's very, very rewarding. And it's something you can kind of take your time at. But depending on how you like to play. But I would suggest, you know, trying a couple of seasons on the maximum amount of time. You know, so you don't feel rushed. You know, you can take your time, find a nice place to build. You know, maybe get a few buildings up. Because the default is 3 days, which is ridiculous for a season. I maxed that out by 10 times, you know, to the maximum amount. The downside of that would be if you're 100% relying on crops, you know, to feed a large population. You know, they'd be eating every day. Where if there's only 3 days in a season, and it takes 2 seasons to bring in a crop, so they'd only eat for 6 days to get until they get the next food from the crop. Where on this, they would eat for 60. So you'd have to have hunters and stuff in as well. But if you have enough crops, you know, and enough guys on them, you know, after you get, you know, 1 season in, or 1 crop in, you know, that could be left over and that could do them through the next season, what the other one is doing. You know, getting a head start. But can't wait to get some more guys in. But I won't take anyone into the settlement. That would be too easy. I want the population all to be, you know, kind of maximum age from the start. Not that it makes much of a difference, just makes it more interesting for me. Yeah, we'll see what these guys are about down here. Well, I've taken all the money from everyone, so we'll have to wait till next season. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Now, you see the trees I've taken here? As long as I leave the stumps, they'll eventually grow back. Yeah, they'll eventually grow back. But I think they'll take 2 years. 8 seasons to grow back. But I've taken them well away from the settlement so it doesn't spoil the view. They did a really good job on this. But it's even better than I thought it would be. You know, when I was seeing, you know, a couple of years before they released, when they were working on this. But I didn't assume it would come to console, but they're making these quite small. You know, the entire size of this game it's actually a lot smaller. It's tiny compared to the update that CD Projekt had for Cyberpunk. Yeah, I think it's only like a third the size or something. It's a very small file. I got him, but oh, there he is. Oh, it's just a crow. Lost an arrow. Oh no, I didn't. I got the arrow. There, that's something, I suppose. Crow killer. Right, where are these? Where's this guy? God, I hate the system they have for tracking down these people. Okay, where's this person here? 20 something. There he is, there, isn't he? Oh, he's down in the other hut. Yeah, it's the old doctor guy that saved us at the start of the game. Yeah, I'd forgotten his name. But it started off like New Vegas in that sense. Where is he? There he is. Yeah, and he's home. Right, let's save it here. I haven't done either of them, but I got both. Yeah, it is a bit of a thing. If I can, I like to pick up a game with, you know, that's been out a while. So all of the content, or at least most of it, is there. Yeah, it can be a chore going back to a game. Definitely takes the fun out of it, alright. Well, I can't believe I've been on 4.5 hours, Jaco. I feel like I've only been streaming an hour.
Is everything alright?
Is ill, she needs help. That seems to be what seems to be the problem with her. I'm sure you have some reviews just for that. We can't let her die. It must be something we can do. I do have a potion that could help bring her temperature down, but I can't guarantee any results. Well, we'll try both. Yeah. Ah. It's everyone's fault. Yeah, she's a witch, yeah? But I can't afford a trip to right now. I'm my own patients that need assistance. We'll try both versions. What do you think? We'll cover our bets. Listen. Nevertheless, here's the draft. No charge. I just hope the remote pod show. Like you said, I'm sure I'll walk better with whatever my husband suggested. Okay, we'll try this one. There's that medicine. We'll see if we can drop it from our menu, so we can kind of try both, you know what I mean? Let's see. We'll hedge our bets here, as the saying goes. That should be in quest items, shouldn't it? Well, 0 weight, anyway. Yeah. Well, we're stuck with those. Anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is a quest item, so it's here. So we can kind of try both. And even if we're stuck with the medicine, we're stuck with this stuff anyway. So it has 0 weight. Yeah, I don't see any reason with not carrying those, yeah. Oh, he's a warlock. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's a kind of herbalist guy, isn't it? Yeah. Badger lard. Okay. Let's see. One of those have got to work. But all we're doing is hedging our bets. I would say the medicine that he gave. But he did say no guarantees. But the badger lard. This would be something kind of silly where the badger lard works. We'll give him the badger lard. We'll see how that works. If she doesn't die, we'll take a chance. But this might be something where she might die later, you know? But we'll see. But I think it's safe to hedge our bets on this one. stupid quick save. I hate those in the game, they really mess things up. Oh, you see, that didn't work. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Some people are made to be fodder. Yeah. It's the way of things, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Very, very true. Yeah, why is that still there, guys? Is yeah, optional. Oh, we did both. Bring the medicine back to her, or deliver. Oh, the badger lard to the lady. Ah, yeah, okay. We'll do both. There's a lady in here with a badger lard. Yeah, it's lucky. I think she concocts it into some other remedy. We would have been stuck with that one. Okay, where is this? Where is she? Oh, come on with this stupid...
I believe it's not a matter of good or bad. If I were to say what I
Oh,
believe
come
about
on.
I would say people.
Isn't such a bad thing
There.
after all.
You see, I'm getting confused with these stupid things. Here, let me see. Oh, she's back at the village, is she? Must be. Oh, goodness, she's down in another village, is she? Oh, I don't know. I don't get this, guys. Oh, there she is. Yeah, she's there, all right. There she is, there. They really need to work on this system here. Okay, where's this old hag? It said she was... There she is. There's the hag. Found her. Yeah, they're brutal. Okay. His wife is very sick. What can I help you with? All for one of their needs and I can get some of the ointment left somewhere. This time a raging fever. Then we better act quickly. No situation is very time sensitive. Wait. Thank you. I need to rush it back then. There it is. Now, we have 2 medicines. So we'll see which one works. We'll go with him first, we won't go against his word. We'll see if the badger thing will work. And if she croaks, we'll reload and we'll give her the other medicine. But if she doesn't croak, we'll have to take a chance. Right, we're off, guys. Now, let's see what we have in our quest items. Yeah, that looks okay. Yeah, we're good. Right. Let's go for it, guys. Do you remember the old ones they used to use before, where that massive symbol would be, you know, over an NPC? I remember some in Oblivion that would be, you know, really high up on the air, very easy to spot. I think this should at least be optional. You know, we're finding it hard to find your target. What the? Oh, there's another one. That fox must have killed one. Hmm. It doesn't have that. Oh. Well, the remaster, it's more of a kind of a, yeah, redo kind of thing. But from what I've seen is, they've just maybe changed the faces of the NPCs and yours, and it's still as janky as it ever was. And they might have rearranged the system a little bit. Not a ton of work for, it's still using the creation engine as its base, although the graphics is it's Unreal 5, so I can still see the old bugs there, Yako. Yeah. They'll say it's part of its charm. I would have liked to have seen the jank, at least some of it getting cleared up. So I don't think it's anything that a couple of good modders couldn't do, there's plenty of mods that save your own PC to fix their faces up a bit and maybe add a few new weapons and a different HUD. So it's nothing that if you're on PC you couldn't really do with some mods. I don't even think they bothered their backside to even add achievements for that one. Yeah, there's already mods, but not so on console. So it'll be mostly console players, I say, that's buying that. It's going to be a bit of a fad for a little while, but I think it will burn out quite quickly. Oblivion was not everyone's cup of tea. Great game, don't get me wrong. Probably my favourite, for immersion at least. But I don't think, guys, there's enough to justify its price tag. And then I suppose they thought if Sky Oblivion dropped, it might cut into their sales. So they did drop that game before Sky Oblivion, which is kind of suspicious, seeing as they did exactly the same. With Fallout London, wasn't it? Yeah, they did the so-called next-gen update for Fallout 4. God, that was a disaster. I'm sure Oblivion won't be as much of a disaster as that was. Yeah, for people who owe so much to modders, they seem to be kind of going out of their way to. I know they really blindsided the guys that did Fallout London, but I did see a statement from the guys who did Sky Oblivion, and they were very happy that was coming out, and that they're very, very humble, Yeah, they took it pretty well, which they would. They're sensible. I said they were very excited for it, and there's no reason why both of them can't come out together to offer different things for different players. But I would say Sky Oblivion is 1,000 times better than what they came out with for 60. Yeah, great too, isn't it? I don't know. I'm very disappointed on the way the game industry has gone. Over the past 20 years, really going downhill fast. Oh, Avowed. Did you watch that video I was telling you about? Ah, God. That's ludicrous. It is. It's gotten to that stage now where it's beyond funny. Wasn't it? Yeah. Now, if the guy had to do maybe a little bit of voice in that, that would have been perfect. Yeah. Oh, why has the industry gone down? Well, it's the rubbish that they've been churning out. Even though I love Oblivion, but fixing up the faces, straightening up the hub a bit, and maybe adding a couple of weapons. There's 1,000 mods out there, that would do that, and probably better, Randy. Um, you know, and charging 60 for it, I think was a bit much. I think maybe half that, would have been more like it. But somebody's got to pay Microsoft. They got to make their money back. What did they give? 8.5 billion for BGS. So somebody's got to pay for that, obviously. Oh yeah, they got some other crew in. Yeah, they wouldn't trust Todd with it. They got what was their name again? It starts with a D. Some company in that there were a support group, helping games companies kind of catch up. I know they did work for CD Projekt, but they have something like they're Asian based, I think. 4,000 employees. Oh, it's not D, it's V, Virtuos, yeah. That's the one. But I think they're an Asian based company. But yeah, the game was always going to look better on Unreal 5. But it's not fully done on the engine. It's still got an overlay. It's just more of an overlay. It's still relying on the Creation engine. Which is not a bad engine, don't get me wrong. It's just that over the decades, the mismanagement and the laziness of BGS, not keeping it up to date and recycling code and burying it deep in that machine has made it very flawed. But, if the right people had that, yeah. They're from France. I heard when it came out that they have a lot of employees in Asia. And they were saying something like 4,000. So, as a support group, apparently they might be able to, the wages might not be as stingy as it would be in, any of the European countries. Could it be possible that they're based there, that they just have their company base? But most of their... I'll look into it again, but I remember some guy talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. That's mostly the devs, some kind of transference of, whatever they were going through. Kind of strangeness, but, not that I'm not sympathetic to, certain things that's going on, but it's no place for games. If you want to go watch a movie in the cinema, you don't want to see something else, you just go there for that. You go there, you go to games and you go to movies to kind of escape, the stuff that's going on. It can be added as well, Randy, obviously, but in a kind of take it or leave it kind of way, where it's part of the game. Even the modern stuff where it's part of the game. But if you center the game around it, like what Dragon Age did, gee, nobody's going to be into that. But me personally, I don't have any kind of issue with it. It doesn't really bother me, but I can understand where people are coming from. The only thing that would tick me off in a game is, let's say, I love Skyrim. Let's say they did a big update in Skyrim, and let's say something silly like I could only play as a female character, which you can play as a male or a female, but just say they did that. Or let's say, everyone in the companions were female, or, some, like, let's say, some of the characters, the main characters, they changed them, to some other race or whatever the case may be, just because. I hate, having an old classic, being kind of touched like that. Maybe because they're trying to please maybe a different audience or something. It would be like, messing about with, the Lord of the Rings, that kind of stuff, which they've done and ruined. Oh, I run a rain. Oh, it was, yeah, but still not enough for some, apparently. Yeah. And it's okay in any game. You can go back. Even to Dragon Age, it's always been there. You know, not that it was a problem, but it was just part of the story, Randy, which is okay. Anything as part of the story, but making it the main, the main kind of focus in a game, it's it just kind of no good. Like, let's say, in Dragon Age, this was optional at campfires and relationships and all of that stuff. And it didn't really come up until you wanted to get into that. But imagine if you couldn't even approach another NPC, but it's always that all the time. And even if it wasn't that, let's say if they're always on about something else, it gets old pretty quick. But I've not played Veilguard. But to be honest, being a Dragon Age fan from way back when, even if that wasn't in it, Randy, I wouldn't be too interested because they changed the graphics so much, and they've changed the kind of narrative of it. It was a kind of dark, kind of gritty, kind of that kind of thing, and now it's much different. And the graphics, I don't know, it looks like a kind of those multiplayer kind of games. I'm not a big fan of the graphics. I know the graphics are nice, and they might be superior than the old graphics in a way, but I think it loses a lot. This is why I was kind of iffy about the Unreal 5 engine, on the graphics part overlay on Oblivion, but I haven't really seen it yet. But I'm sure it's very beautiful, But all that stuff in gaming that's going on, it doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't concern me in the least. As Randy said, and everyone else said, it's always been there. It hasn't bothered me. But I have seen a trend where it's not just part of the game anymore, where it's the main focus. And if you take a game, let's say, that has maybe kind of 6 different angles and that, a kind of take it or leave it kind of situation, and if you choose one of those, no matter what it is, whether it's social politics or even the story or whatever, and you keep pushing that at a player all the time, yeah, there's not much of a variety in that. It can be, I suppose, pretty tedious. But it would definitely get rid of that sense of immersion. It's like how a map need not be, huge and big to be immersive, or, have that feeling of, being very small, compared to the map. A reasonable sized map that's, well stocked with plenty of things to do, is much more immersive. If anything has taught us that, I think Starfield has taught us that. Not that we didn't know before. I played so what's really changed in a runner raid? Except that they gave them some new faces and, there's maybe nice outfits and that. And they've changed. What I'm saying is they've changed the HUD and a few things. But if you were on a PC and you got mods, could you not do that? My thing with that is, why charge 60 for that? You know, that's kind of like full price. You know, all they did was take an existing game, do a little bit of work on it, and they're charging you the price as if they made it from scratch. A bit of a money grab, to be honest. And then the timing of it, you know, before Sky Oblivion went out, which again is kind of iffy, you know. Yeah, you know what I mean. So, you know, even if it's decent, the reasons for it going out maybe not so much. That's, you know, for me to make that justified for its price tag, it would need more things. First of all, it would need to have a fresh set of achievements, which is, I know not that for everyone, but, you know, for me at least. And they would have to add some new quests. And I don't mean Creation Club rubbish where you read a note and go collect a sword. They would have to add some more substantial quests, or maybe an extra quest line and faction to justify that, I think. You know, otherwise they should be selling that for half of what they're asking. To be fair, but they're never going to be fair, are they? You know, and that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I'd imagine, you know, a lot of people would probably agree with that. But they've fixed up the characters' faces. You know, the jank is still there and the kind of strange voice acting. That's okay. It's part of its charm. We'll give it that. But out from fixing up the faces and maybe some new weapons, and you know, a little bit of remodeling probably on the system, the HUD, and the leveling up, and that, as I said, is, you know, something that you could probably get a better job done with some of the mods for free. Oh, if they had to develop it, it would have been much worse. Now it's like if you gave it to some modders and they did a decent job with it. Yeah, I 100% agree. If you gave it to Todd and the crew, he would add some kind of god ray, some kind of new flower with new colours. He would cause a ton of bugs, and he would abandon it, and he would add new quests, but there would be Creation Club junk for that one. 100%. That's what he does every time. Yeah. Absolutely. I've lost all faith on BGS's A team to create a decent game. And if it wasn't for the developers and writers that came before them, you know, that had a good idea on that and, you know, writ the lore of that game, they would have been finished. Yeah. They're basically standing on the shoulders of, you know, better developers before them, you know, and reaping the benefits from that. This is another one of my issues, Yako. That game was absolutely riddled with bugs. Some you just want to, you know, absolutely stop playing. I mean, game-stopping bugs. I can name half a dozen of them that I used to have to go to great lengths to avoid. So my issue with this, the graphics might be better, but it's still on the bones of the creation engine. And if they're using the creation engine, those bugs are still there. Yeah. This is like, you know, if you're going to charge 60 for this again, you know, shouldn't that be a minimum requirement, Yako? To fix the bugs that were game stopping in that game. But on every playthrough I did, you know, there was an extra 20 hours on reloads and avoiding certain areas at certain times because of bugs. So, what bugs did you come across again? Did you get that bug where that lady disappeared when you did the staff quest? Do you remember that one? She takes a trip from from her city to another one, I think every Tuesday. She arrives back home on Thursday, and sometimes she just disappears. So I kind of track that down. The problem: if you're in the same cell where she's in, she either gets killed by some wild animals, or she gets to run and gets stuck off the map somewhere in a rock. Her and her maid, both of them, are massive for two quests: for that staff quest from the Daedra, and for the missing painting quest. Yeah. That's the only killer I had on that. I literally had to keep away from that entire area on certain days just because of that. That's the one I want to see fixed. The rest you could get around some way. So, if you think about it, guys, let's look at this logically. So we're getting Oblivion again, that we bought for 10 times. We bought it 10 times. So now we're getting better faces on the NPCs. That's nice. But again, nothing we couldn't get with a mod. We're getting some maybe different weapons. Again, nice, which we could probably get with a mod. And we've got a little bit of reshaping of maybe the level up system and the HUD. Which again, nice, but again we could get with mods. There's better graphics, obviously, with the Unreal 5, but it's overlaid on the Creation Engine, so we're getting all the problems the Creation Engine had. Not running down the Creation Engine, a workman should not blame his tools, and it's not the tool's fault. It's the guys running that. It's their fault. So what are we really getting for $60 or €60? We're getting some mods, basically, or at least, well, it's not even that, because we could have gotten those for free. Now maybe it might be a bit better for people on console that couldn't be able to mod like that, but for anyone on PC, now more than fair would have been half that price, I think, because all they did was they handed the game over to someone else and they fixed it up and they paid them. That's it, the shopkeeper thing. So you see where I'm going with this. I never had any at Clavage. I was lucky. That's the problem with the Creation Engine and BGS games, isn't it? Where a certain player, a certain person who owns the game would always come up against these game-breaking bugs, and nobody else would have them. I don't know, maybe it's got something to do with your first download, on of the game on their servers, that backup cloud. It's got to be something to do with that. Oh, absolutely not. I will buy it, but I'm not giving them no 60. At the very minimum, it will have to go down to half price. And even then, I know it's not worth it. Well, that's what they really want, They think it might be worth it for that. Even though most people would just buy it for a month just to play it. But what they're hoping is you'll buy it, get in there, get fond of it, and stay. But my theory about that, if it ever gets to the stage, guys, where, and it's looking that way, where, big platforms like, let's say, that Sony PlayStation 1 and the Games Pass thing, and maybe if another one or two come in, they start buying up the companies making it. When they get to about maybe 70 or 80% of the manufacture of games, I think they will make them exclusive to their platforms, or maybe share them between platforms. So, and they won't be for sale. So basically, making the games to play them, you've got to join a club. So joining this club, you've got to pay every month. So you're in a sense renting. Now, for some people that might be good because you get a wide variety of games for, relatively little compared to how many games, But for most people that would stick on one game for 6 or 8 months, it's not a good deal. But out from that, I believe that when they do have a monopoly eventually, and you got to go to them or not play games, no matter how much money they're getting, no matter how many members they have on their platform, they will keep jacking up the price. It's just how it works. It's just how capitalism, corporate capitalism works. To make as much money as quickly as you can. And once they feel comfortable enough, they'll do this. This is just, economics 101. The way it goes with economics is, if you're starting off a company, first of all, well, basically you don't want competition, or too much at least. So what you would do is you would, probably start your company off where obviously first thing would be cheap labor. That's always going to be your expense. So once you've got that covered, you'd pick some place where it's not fully developed, but it's really up and coming. Now there's lots of opportunities, where you could even dominate a little bit. And that's where you'd go. You'd want to be a big fish in a relatively small pond. I would usually go at a high level as well, yeah. But I've never had a problem with Kvatch. It's just that Shigura staff, the one where you gotta go to that party in the castle. Yeah, she was always missing because she was dead. And then of course that was the disaster for, when you pick up that quest to find that missing picture that was hidden. Yeah, her and the maid, gone. Because they died on the road. Or disappeared from the game. But as long as I got that quest as quickly as I could, but that entire area and those two cities I would never touch until I was strong enough to go get that quest and get it done. Didn't care. Once I got the Daedra quest out and that one, if they got killed or not. And the guy I had to give the countering to disappeared. So it's still back to square one. Oh, disgusting, isn't it? Imagine giving 60 for that and then, having the pleasure of, reliving all the frustration you had from the original. Yeah, always something. It's always somebody getting killed, isn't it? And you can't finish a quest. Always. But I always make this mistake when somebody's doing a remaster or trying to fix up a game or whatever. I always make the mistake of thinking that they might prioritize some of the really bad bugs in the game. But they never really do they? So, it's gotten to the stage where, I'm thinking that, maybe they just can't be fixed. Maybe it's just one of those glitches, in the engine that they just can't fix. That kind of 50-50 if that guy is going to stay around or not. But this is what I'm saying about the creation engine, guys. But I think they've abused it too much. I think it's dead as a gaming engine. Unless you want to be doing that in every single game they make. But it goes to show you too when they had to bring in Unreal 5 to do the graphic overlay on it. But I was hoping they would do it on Unreal 5, but that would mean then, making the game from scratch. But I'm sure they'll justify it by saying, oh well, we had to get it out quick because, people wanted it. Which is, total BS. They did it that way because it's cheaper and it's easier, and they were doing a money grab before Sky Oblivion came out. Because coming out after Sky Oblivion, nah, they wouldn't sell as much. Oh yeah. But as I said, it's a great game, except for the groundbreaking bugs. And as I said, I'm sure, it would look good. They've done better graphics and the faces and that were cleaned up. But it's nothing that, a couple of talented modders couldn't do. And give it to you for free. But it wouldn't take much to make it look good. I'm sure there was a bit of work, doing the overlay and that. That's just why they brought in this virtuoso, is it? Or virtuous guys, because we do know that BGS would not have a clue about Unreal. But I have heard modders talk about Unreal, and apparently it's much more difficult to make mods on Unreal. Unreal as well uses a system that it's not that friendly apparently to the current 490 chip for Nvidia. It's kind of more suited. It's kind of more suited to the AMD chips, isn't it? Which, strangely enough, Microsoft have a big share in that company, don't they? Yeah, but it is Oblivion. Yeah, it absolutely is, because all they did was just change the faces on the characters. Maybe spruce them up a little bit and change the HUD a bit. I'm sure it took a bit to do, but if you can make a full original game from scratch for 60, I can't see how it justifies, a coat of fresh paint on Oblivion for the same price. I just can't see the justification in the price. Which that leads me to believe then it's just a kind of cash grab, and if it's a cash grab, obviously they didn't bother looking into other aspects of the game like the bugs to try and fix those. Which you found out as well. They didn't bother fixing them. So that's kind of disappointing to me, to be honest. But I have a funny, strange way of looking at it. If they were charging 30 for it and it was a reasonable price, I would tend to believe that they spent more time trying to fix the bugs. But the fact that they're charging that obscene amount for a game that that's so old means that it's totally for money. And then if it's told, well, it's always going to be for money to a certain extent. Obviously, if they wanted to squeeze as much as they could, they wouldn't be messing about spending time fixing bugs, would they? That's what you bought, and that's what they always do. They'll milk every last drop of goodwill from all of the fans they had when they were actually making decent games. Yeah, until it comes to an end, obviously. Yeah, and I would tend to go that way as well, but that's what they depend on. It's kind of like, having a family member that would take advantage of you, manipulate you, because, they know that you're kind of concerned because they're family. That kind of toxic family member that would abuse the relationship with you for gain. Well, that's the relationship that we have with games companies. They've got no nostalgia or anything like that. They've got no respect for the customers or their fan base. You're just a kind of like a peasant there, and you're just giving them money. I'm sure they'll do a bit of PR. Can't actually say that, but we've seen unstable people like Matt Hansen coming out, one of the designers from Avowed, telling everyone on social media what he actually thought of people who played the game. Not that we didn't know that was going on already. That kind of stuff. I know you might think it's unfair, to kind of cherry pick that, for instance. But, you've heard Todd yourself saying that, as people who buy the game, we haven't got a clue what we want. Only Todd. He said only I know what they want, or he said, yeah, that's exactly what he said. Hard to know, to be honest. At the very least, At the very least, Yakko, he's delusional, and he will eventually destroy that company. But he'll do it with the kind of debt of 1,000 cuts. It'll be pretty slow, because he's on the sands of time as far as people's interest in his company is, and I mean people buying the games, and he's been using those sands for quite some time. Hard to know with Todd. But, if he doesn't know what he's doing and the damage he's doing, that means that he's living in a big bubble. But surely he can't miss all of the feedback he's getting from, the customer base. But I'm sure Todd, to a certain extent, is not his own boss. But what has he done, really, for the company, except, being a PR kind of mouthpiece guy, It goes beyond that, though, doesn't it, really? I think he knows what he's doing. Because I do remember, it was a recent enough interview. It was a good long time after Oblivion came out. And the guy said to him, what was the story he said with the horse armor in that game? Charging for the horse armor. And he looked at him, and Todd looked at this guy. And he paused for a little bit. And then he looked and he smiled and then he laughed and he said, literally, he said, people will buy anything. That's what he said. That's the kind of respect that Todd has for you as a customer. You know what I mean? Well, I think he hires modders. You mean in the likes of the Creation Club? I think he hires modders. Well, lets them sell on the platform because he gets 70%. No, hires mods to fill out most of the. Oh, moderators. Sorry, I get you. Yeah. Well, everyone does that, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, they all do that, don't they? Yeah, that's common enough. Yeah. But these games, the guys that did this is the way to do a game, guys. You know what I mean? This was very reasonably priced and, worth every single cent. I've been stuck on the AAA games too much and was expecting too little. And even at that, I was always disappointed. That's the problem with being on console, guys. You're pretty much trapped in a kind of vicious circle of silly games. They're always following some kind of stupid trend. And everyone wants to make an MMO. One of those ones where, oh, you bought your game, you bought your DLCs, now you've got to buy a season pass. Oh, you bought a season pass. Now there's $20 for this skin and, that one. And, and even though you've got all of this, now you need a special membership thingy, If they could charge you for the air that you were breathing while you were playing the game, I'm sure they would. But as I said, it's to be expected. Isn't that what the game is, to make as much money as possible? And no matter how stupid or hilarious something is, if somebody accepts it and pays money, yeah, they're gonna do it. It's like the poll tax they had in the UK. That failed after a while. Or certain taxes they tried to impose here, which was ridiculous, that failed. Yeah. There's a certain way of doing. There was a guy back in the early days after Skyrim, I remember, that was going to be a real kind of competition to that. Like these guys that were up and coming. But they were obviously using a third party, to help them with it. So the third party had all the codes and that. But in the meantime, and this is allegedly. You can check it out online if you want to. But allegedly, BGS in the meantime bought that company that were doing that and refused to do any more work on it. And not only that, would not give them back their game or their codes. And the guys, they held it up for so long, the guys went bankrupt, I think. And obviously they had a look at their codes as well. Allegedly. So that's what you're dealing with. You remember that one? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know for 100% sure. I'd have to be there. So I'd always say allegedly. So, it's very, very brutal, the industry. And all corporations are very brutal. If someone is a threat, they'll band together and shut them down. And let's say, if somebody's making a quality game, let's say games are rated from 1 to 10, and let's say a quality game is 8, right? Let's say if a new guy came out, a starter, and he's making, quality games at an 8, but he was selling at half the price of the other guys, they would spend a lot of money to shut him down. They would spend a lot of money. They'd even be, really pushing it to the edge of what's legal. But I do know BGS were sued for that, what they did. And I'm guessing that when Microsoft acquired BGS, there was a year or more before they could finalize the deal. Well, obviously before Microsoft bought the company, BGS would have to settle all of their lawsuits, before that. So I'd say that was part of the reason it was held up for so long. Hi Crazy Fish, how are you? No, the gaming industry is quite toxic, But that's because it generates a lot of money. And anything that generates a lot of money, it's always going to be like that. But gone are the days. Whoa, they're starting to come back again with the indie developers, where, maybe 10 or 15 people that would know each other pretty well working in the industry would get together, have some passion on a game and, make those nice games that we all enjoyed once upon a time. So, what have you been up to, Crazy Fish? But for the past 10 years or so, there is some new developers getting into the game, and they're kind of bringing us back to, what we used to get before, which is nice. Until probably they make enough money, and then they'll go AAA. And the whole system starts over again. But it goes downhill once, the original guys sell off to corporate. Then you've got stockholders, and you're prioritizing the profit, and that's the end of it then. But first you need a good few successes and make a reputation. And you get the goodwill, and you get a real loyal customer fan base. Then when you have that, once you get that up to a certain level, then you cash in. Then you hit them with microtransactions, and you keep making really bad games. That's how it works. Testing new Xbox out. Nice. Oh, that's right, you were saying you got a new one. You're saying the old one was, there've been a lot of complaints. Yeah. I'm hoping, yeah. Yeah. But I think if people would just refuse that, that's pretty toxic. If you're selling things in a game, I think, run a rain, when you're releasing a game, the incentive to leave stuff out of a game that should be in it is pretty strong, seeing that you can sell it to a person after. I think Fallout 76 would be a perfect example, to just leave you off on an empty map. Oh, stuff like, and I'm exaggerating here obviously when I say, oh, yeah, well, this is the game you wanted. Oh, you want a gun? Oh, well, no, we didn't see that one coming. Well, yeah, we can sell you a gun. Oh, you need ammo. Yeah, that's going to cost you. You want other NPCs. Oh, that's got to be expensive. You know, almost funny. Me not so much. I was a big fan of Fable. I've been very disappointed with new games coming out now, and I'm pretty much burnt out of with how disappointed I am with what they've been making. Except for these kind of developers, I'm really impressed with the indie developers. Really impressed. It's kind of taken me back to when games were worth playing. You know, it would be slowly, yeah. And sold them as a day one. Yeah, there you go. And that's for DLCs. Imagine with microtransactions. How much they'll leave out. They do, but I remember the day when these AAA or in Ubisoft's case quadruple A companies. They were indies. They were starting out. The guys when they did Morrowind. Did you notice about indies? They're always pushing for better. You know what I mean? The amount of interactions with the NPCs in this for a survival game is it's absolutely amazing. You know. Um, Maybe you can't strike up conversations and stuff with them, but the amount of micromanagement you can do, it's crazy. And hopefully with the companies first. Hopefully, yeah. Well, BGS were big on that, Tomorrowland, that was, as janky as it was, that was experiencing something new to sheer scale. And then Oblivion, and then Skyrim. Although for most, let's say, even though it was an improvement in graphics and stuff, it was a big letdown on the story, which is a pity, guys. Whatever about the graphics and the bugs and stuff, the story you can help, because this is something that you kind of make up. All you need is some good writers in there to write some good quests. There's so many examples of quests that were basically made fetch quests, and I pointed out a few the last time. I was playing Skyrim with just a little few changes here and there. That would have been made very, very memorable with a minimum amount of work, but it just didn't bother. But if they were done from the start, and the first time you were ever doing that quest, there was one in particular. It was outside Riften. Do you remember that place where those guys are outside the campfire? And basically, their castle or fort was taken over by some bandits, and your man was concerned for, his family inside. So you took the quest, you went in, you killed all the bandits, he came to the gate, you let him in, and he paid you. And that was it. That was it, guys, and it was an unmarked quest. It didn't even show up as a miscellaneous objective or anything. So, as I went through the building, let's say, I seen some dead civilian bodies down there. Now, that was disappointing. Now, if they, for instance, on that little shed outside, just to leave the bodies there. So let's say you did that quest, and, that guy ran in, and then all of a sudden, he's seen his family, all slaughtered there, and he had a reaction. That kind of thing. That would have made the quest, a lot more memorable. Just a tiny little thing to do. But no, they made it seem like a Creation Club quest, like, get in there, kill those guys, and oh yeah, that's it, game over. Yeah. Well, that's what I usually do for time padding on a game. I hate those kind of games. I think the Spider Company, Spider Games, with Greedfall, they were a master at needless running around the map. Horrible game, Greedfall. Yeah, unfortunately, I still have the DLC to that I have to finish sometime. Spider would want to be absolutely paying me to play that DLC. Oh, horrible. Okay, we're going in the wrong direction. Oh, that's weird. Oh yeah. Would you believe, guys? We were just chatting. I wanted to come up here anyway. Where are we on the map? Oh, there. Yeah, you can't really go that far on the map, can you? I was just chatting, running in the wrong direction. Avowed was Greedfall. You're joking me. Yeah, I did tell you I had my worries about Avowed, guys, didn't I? But it was much worse than I thought. Oh, that's horrible, runner in. Turn one mission into 7 and keep going back to keep checking in with the NPC, running across an endless map. Yeah. That really? Yeah. End of map. Yeah. Oh, I hated Greedfall. It was kind of okay in the beginning, but it got old pretty quick. Very, very quick. Massively quick. I had decent hopes for Greedfall, to be honest. That's okay, he's keeping back. That's okay, we're good. Stupid bears. Now, let's see if we're going in the right direction. I can't believe we were off by that much. I was chatting so much I was going absolutely in the wrong direction. Interesting little area this, isn't it? Horrible place to build. On your first layer of houses it wouldn't be too bad, but out from that, horrible. Now, if they had boats on this, be interesting. Well, I used to like the company. You know, with the likes of absolute classic would have been Fallout New Vegas. But the guys they have in now, it's just a company with a name, guys. It's like, you know, you had a house there and, you know, that was the company. And you had 20 people in there. And they were making fantastic games you liked. And then all of those guys left and some other hooligans came in and they started churning out rubbish, you know. So it's just a name. But those older developers had a passion. Less of a job and more of a calling. But it's horrible too when somebody has to have a calling for something to, you know, try and make a decent game. But it's always going to be this way, you know, when companies go public. You know, it's a waste of time. Oh, different team, yeah. Different everything. I was not impressed by Outer Worlds. And this is how I knew that, you know, it was the first thing I've seen from them since New Vegas. And, yeah. How many times have you heard me harp on Run Rain that Obsidian is not the same company it used to be? No. Rarely now will you meet a game that's worth a second playthrough, to be honest. You know? Rarely. Those are nearly a thing of the past. Yeah, they're nearly a thing of the past. I'm sure it was a mid-enough game. You know what I mean? But I suppose, you know, when you're paying full price for a game, and it's a mid-game, you know, is it really worth that? You know, you'd buy Cyberpunk for, you know, maybe the same price, and, you know, that game you could have maybe a half a dozen playthroughs. You know, with different types of endings, you know, something to look forward to, making different decisions, kind of changing the story a bit. You know. But if you're going to give, you know, full whack for something, no. But if it's a really good experience on the first playthrough, and you could only do one playthrough, it would be still worth it. But if it's just a mid experience and something you'll never play again, no, can you really justify it when, you know, there's much superior games that's the same price? No, I seen the gameplay, it was enough for me. Yeah, and apparently very short. But anyone I've ever known would say, it's alright, you know what I mean? And yeah, most games are okay. You know, they're okay to play. But you'd never play them again, you know? But I didn't try it. And I was tempted to get Avowed, to pre-order it. But then I remembered, you know, they're part of PGS now. And from what I've seen from Outer Worlds, I said, nah, I'll let it get released and see what it is. And I watched the gameplay, I wasn't impressed. But then I watched a video, Runner Rain, and check it out. But it's called Oblivion versus Avowed. So Oblivion and then just VS Avowed. So some guy on YouTube did it. And basically he did some of the gameplay and the stuff you can do. You know, like shooting arrows in the air and that stuff. Showing you the physics of both games. You know, showing you the physics of Oblivion, which was 2006. You know, how that worked. And the physics on Avowed, which is 2025. And how that worked. You'll be surprised. But check it out if you want a good laugh. Yeah, I'm not too gone on the graphics that Obsidian use. It worked with New Vegas. But no, I was never much, you know, for those graphics. Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. It just kind of came into my feed there because I was checking out to see if, you know, the game was any good. It just got straight to the point, Randy, didn't it? There's no talking or anything. You know, you'll see a guy, you know, shooting arrows at something and then doing it with the other one, you know, shooting them up in the air. But I remember, I forget which streamer was watching it, but they shot some arrows up in the air in Avowed and they never came back down, which they would in Oblivion, and they were kind of speculating what happened. And I think the streamer said, "Oh well, you know, they're magical arrows." And then somebody said, you know, I think one of his viewers said, "Oh no, you know, it's probably there's birds up there." Oh yeah, he said, maybe you're right, maybe the birds ate the arrows. Yeah, but it goes to show you too how little work they put into it, Randy. You know, it's such a shame, isn't it? I know it wouldn't be a thing, you know, who cares about that, but it goes to show you how much they were prepared to put into it. But I think the killer for me on that would be the static NPCs. You know, that would be, that's a no-go for me. Yeah. But you get really burnt out from that pretty quickly. That's a bandit camp, guys. They will really hurt me bad. Where is it there? I'll come back to them when I've got more. Yeah, they'll hurt me real bad. Yeah, they'll really hurt me. Some nasty bandits. Maybe if I save it so I don't lose some time. Shall we check it out, guys, and see if we can survive? Yeah, okay, let's check it out. The way it's going with this quest is by the last one we do before the end of the stream. But is it a bandit camp? Oh, what's this, guys? Oh, wow. Are there any bandits around? Not at the moment. They left not too long ago. And they said something about a fight. There might not have been enough time. Good. Okay. Stand back. I'll be able to break it open. No need for that. I know a thing or two about picking locks. I can try. Okay, great. Okay, come on. Left, right. Okay, left, 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 right, right, right. There it is. Is that it? I think we stumbled on something here. My saviour, in the flesh. I've been to lose hope, almost certain, die in that cage. My pleasure, about a foul soul. I'll never forget now, blah blah blah, home, you can mention this scorched. Home is where the heart is. I'm the leader of a growing settlement. Oh! I didn't know you could pick them up this way. Oh, she's age 29. Oh, she's a 5. Look at that, guys. She is a 5. I'll come back and get her later. Yeah, let me mark that map. Yeah, I'll come back and get her later. I usually wouldn't take someone in that old, but I think for someone from a quest, I can make an exception. And we'll get her hooked up with some guy. Yeah, I didn't know you could actually find settlers like this. The game, it takes hours, yeah, to beat it. 5 out of 5. Nice. I'll just mark that. Let's just see where it is. So 2 lefts, 3 rights for the lock. Yeah, I'll have her back in the settlement next time. I just don't want to mess about with her. Can't go back. I've got to fix her up to make sure she moves in properly. Yeah, I won't be on much longer anyway. About another 18, 17 minutes. Just got to get this quest done, and then I'll come back later, grab this lady, and sort her out. But she's over here. Let's see where it is on the map. So basically, there's my settlement. Yeah. There, and she's right there. Alright, I'll definitely come back for her. Bit old, you want to be getting him in around 22. You know what I mean? But I can make an exception for a quest character. And that will give me an excuse now looking for someone around the same age bracket. And we can move him in. Yeah, that's perfect. So about there. It's pretty close to my settlement as well. We'll come back and rescue her later, guys. And she's a 5 as well. You won't get that from the other ones. Pity about the age. Because once I start putting the seasons back to, you know, a reasonable amount, maybe 7 or 10 day seasons, settlers will get old pretty quickly. They'll have kids and they'll carry on, but still. Yeah, they eventually die in the game, Randy, of old age at 60. I hope I get to 60. And they'll just disappear from your settlement. So I wanted to get a younger bunch in so I wouldn't have to keep changing them, you know what I mean? And you don't really even get a warning. Well, the default is 3 days, which is pretty quick. So that would be in real time about 72 minutes a season in real time. So 3 days, you know, each minute is like a second, blah blah blah. You don't really imagine that. But I feel like I'm 100. But yeah, I've got the seasons up to 30 days, so that's 30 times 24 minutes. Well, yeah, well, you know, nights as well, obviously. Yeah, I feel like that every day. Right, let's see if we can get this guy's quest done. God, we're a long way away, guys, aren't we? And we're getting run by a pig as well. But it was lucky I took that wrong turn. We found that I didn't know you could pick up a villager like that. Unbelievable pig, isn't he? Oh, and a bear. Oh, come on, for God's sake. Really? Unbelievable, isn't it? You know what? When it rains, it pours, doesn't it? There was never a bear there before. That's the worst about getting into the water too. Okay, let's make a run for this. I think I'd better stick to the roads from now on. But you don't see much if you stick to the roads, you know? At least you don't get killed by bears. But yeah, we've got to 2 remedies for this NPC. Yeah, I suppose so. Right, this way here. Yeah, this way here. Yeah. We'll save her a little later. Oh, that's interesting. Probably when I come back there'll be stupid bandits, but I'll take care of them slowly. What I need in this game is a bodyguard. No, I've no time for rabbits. No wabbits. But she should be here. But I want to go back before the end of the season, obviously. But there's still a few days left in the season, so we're good. Yeah, you can see the gauge at the top. And the bear is not there now. Cruel, isn't it? A bear is there. Ha ha ha! I think we can run for it now, but that's horrible. This is why I've been growing the crops. I need some better junk. So I have a half a chance of fighting these guys. Okay. Random spawns. Oh, that guy was there twice. But yeah, usually per season. Absolutely. Yeah. Next season he won't be there at all. Probably somewhere else. They kind of do it as a seasonal thing. The whole landscape change. Autumn and winter is very bleak. They've even, you know, got the bare trees, the whole thing. It's pretty cool. But then on a 30-day season, I have a pretty long winter. But at least I get some time to get the mines done, you know, and stuff during the winter. There, we're almost here, guys. So, we'll see which of the remedies will work. We'll do a main save, of course. Now, we'll see if there's anyone here for our, for that lady back in the cage, and we'll see if we can pair him off. So we need a guy roughly around the same age.
Got a feeling the whole world
Well, that's a lady, that's no good. Is there a guy here?
Somebody posted.
There's a guy there. Yeah, he's roughly about the same age. Oh, he's pretty decent as well. He's a miner, he's a hunter, and he's survival. He's roughly 29, 30, that's nice. He's the only guy here. Is that a guy? He's 29, he's perfect. But my god, look at his stats, he's useless. I want to pair them off exactly the same age. But there's some other guys as well. But he's the best contender there. Just a little target, I said for myself if I could. I think it's impossible, but still. Seeing as they bump off around 60, so get both of them to go together. But with these long seasons, I'll never get that many years in. Where's this guy? Okay, this is where we'll save.
Do have a drink.
Oh, sugar. There we go. Now, we'll see which of these potions work. Yeah. But nice to get the NPCs, you know, the couples together exactly the same age. And plus it would be easier to kind of figure out, you know, the situation on that. There. So we'll give him the lady's potion first. Probably. Right. That's the medicine for the other guy. We'll see. We'll see. But I think the second guy's one will work. But we'll see. We'll give that one. Yes, thanks 1,000 times. I reward you properly, but now I need to tend to my wife. Come back later. I hope she'll feel better then. We'll sleep till morning. Don't worry, Herm. Just help her. Now, when was it? Come back in the morning, is it? Please tell me. Wait for the next season. That's the problem. So I'll tell you what we'll do with this one, guys. I'll cash this one in the day before the season, and we'll see if she lives or not. We can leave this on hold, Yeah. Yeah, we can leave it on hold. But I'm nearly sure. See, this is the problem. This is how I know that there's a chance of her dying. It was the same with the other guy. I didn't get him the food. And he died. Okay, let's load this up. So I will be back tomorrow, guys, at the same time. I'll save it here where I can do a little bit of mining later today. So I'll do that. I'll have probably close to the end of the season. So hopefully when we come back on, it'll be the day before the end of the season. You know, and then all we'd have to do is hand in that quest, sleep, and then we can go straight back and we'll see if she survives. It's the kind of game, but I think the other guys won't. But maybe the lad does. Who knows? Or maybe even both will fail. But there's no rush for that quest. You know, I've got those there. As long as we get back, and I do intend to get back before the end of the season. Oh, so hang on. We've done it already, did we? No. Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, we haven't approached them yet. So, we'll wait back up here. And then I'll do my thing from here later. We'll bring in that lady. I'll bring in that lady on the way back. Oh, I would never dream of bringing in someone that old, but she is a quest. And I'm definitely keeping my quest guys, no matter how old they are. It's different with the other ones, they change every season. But she is a bit long in the tooth, so to speak. So we'll have to find her someone of a similar age. But she's a 5 on the skills. And I think it was production as well. I could do with that. So I'll sleep here later and wait till morning. And that's it, that's not too bad. We got a little bit done, but it's surprising, isn't it, when you're doing the quests. At least we cleaned up all the quests for the season. And then we'll see what the outcome is on this. That's it. We're good guys, and I've just about done my 6 hours. And I'm so tired, it's unbelievable. So I think I will leave it here. I don't want to overdo it. I could probably run for a bit longer, but then that would finish me tomorrow. You know. Absolutely, yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Randy. Yeah. I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with the game. But I would always, you know, a quest NPC. I would always keep quest NPC. And it gives me an excuse now to pick an older person to kind of pair her off. Yeah. Oh no, I always stream Friday and Saturday together, Randy. Always. Part of my schedule. Absolutely, Jaeger. And thanks for being here. My pleasure. Have a good one and take care. Bye. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow, and I'll probably do, once I wake up a little bit on this, I'll bring that lady back, we'll get her a house, we'll get her a job, and I'll find her a partner real quick. I'll do a little bit of messing about with the mines, and what I'll need to do is, just before the season ends, you know, on a night time like this, just on the sleep up here, well, obviously save up here, then go down, give the potion, sleep up here, see if it works. We should be able to come back straight away, literally just sleeping, and hopefully save that NPC. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah. So thanks to everyone for watching, guys. I appreciate it. So goodbye, Randy, Terry, and of course Hufflepuff, and thank you for watching. Have a wonderful day and weekend, ladies. Also, Jaeger, Yako, Suburban Werewolf, and of course Corin, and thanks again for that raid, Corin. Let's see who else is here. Runner Rain, Crazy Fish. Let me see. Crazy Fish. Come on. I think that's everyone I can see on the message board. It is. And I think we mentioned Suburban Werewolf. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. I hope you have a great day and stay safe. And of course, I've probably missed a few. Can't remember. So thanks everyone for watching, for lurking, for the raids, and if I've missed anyone, my apologies to whomever I might have missed. And again to everyone, have a good day, good weekend. I shall return tomorrow. I'll hopefully see you all then. And then I'm off for 2 days again until Tuesday. The usual thing. 2 days off, then 1 day, then 2 days off, then 2 days. So a 3-day week. I'm hoping in the future to maybe add another day. But it's kind of been hard because I haven't been feeling, my best. Even less so now than I did when I picked that schedule. But I'll keep the schedule regardless. Yeah. Absolutely. I'll need it. So I'll leave it here, guys. I'll be going on a raid, so hopefully you'll bear with me for the tiniest of moments while we do this. So yeah, let's see who's streaming, guys. But I can't wait to lie down. My back has been killing me for quite some time. Right, let's see who's out there.